Okay, I should be live now. Okay, I should. Let me get my sources. Switched. Alright, there we go. Cool. Mm-hmm. Okay, this is an interesting setup. No healers. Interesting. Surely we'll be okay. Probably. We'll see. We will see. Mm-hmm. Alright, let's get this done. And then I gotta get my dailies and other stuff down here too. Okay. Welcome, Raiders there. Plus 1 million viewers. Welcome. Alright, let's go kill Ying Zhao. Alright, we're just doing ToF stuff first. Welcome over on the YouTube side as well. Damn, everyone's like a dead. And I'm still alive. Whatever. This would have been figured a lot faster if we had people to actually buff the damage instead of this mess. Bruh.
Goodbye.
If they did enough damage, it's because they all freaking died earlier. And I don't have enough HP to tank it through a shield a second time. Give me a sec. If they're not gonna buff me, I'll buff myself. And he crashed. Of course. God damn it. Because yeah, if I had like actual buffs, I'd be in that run. Hey Flagger, welcome. Give me a sec. The other guy's still loading into the game. Alright, this time we'll clear it. I'll buff myself. Just need more damage. There, it's dead. It goes by much quicker if I just buff myself. Because none of those guys are willing to run any support utility. Hey Bootleg Gamer, welcome. Okay. But yeah, they're just like, nah, I just buffed myself and brute forced it. They're like saying the thing didn't matter. I just needed to freaking get buffed and then brute force it. Okay. I mean, I could've just sold that.
Relays. Goodbye.
Yeah, I saw it. Alright. Alright. Yeah, but I have a private tracker. I have a better way to get better quality reps. Alright. Time to go kill Lucio. And cleared. Easy. Okay. Right. Mm-hmm. I mean, what I need is a better deal on on SSDs and hard drives. Because I need more space on my NAS. Okay. But yeah. I have my own way of accessing the content. And in higher quality than what you sent to me. Much higher quality. Oh, it's not that I don't. It's just that it's just that the way I use it is I rip all the content and then I store it away because then I put it on on my server, my NAS, whatever you want to call it. And then I just have it transcoded there with Throughplex if I want to play it on a different device. That's just how I do things. If I don't get content from another source. Because, yeah. I know. I guess I never showed you. I can't really pull it up on stream how I have stuff stored, but like I think I can send you an example picture. because like I put it on my Plex server and then I just have things sent to like multiple devices wherever I want it. Though I would never recommend anyone pick up Plex in the at this point, especially with how much it costs now. Where would that be? The thing. But yeah. There, I just showed you like the top of the list. I haven't like updated this one. But yeah. Currently though, because I ran out of space on where I keep the stuff on my NAS, I just have them on a different drive. My newer content. Until I finish like just upgrading the stuff there. But I basically have my own private streaming service, in a sense. You need to get the content yourself, but like, you can see that there's like 455 entries on there. On the different shows and series and other stuff that I have on there. There's technically should be a lot more than that now, but I haven't updated the thing there. I have it like running off of a different thing. For everything that I have like after 2020. Because I kind of ran out of space on the original drive I put in that one. And I have them on like a separate thing. Eventually I plan on like just moving things to a newer drive. I'm just like trying to find good prices on like 20 terabyte hard drives. So I can put stuff on, move everything there. Because the 8 terabyte drive that I use for that on Plex is full. And it's been full since like mid 2020. But yeah. But like, the stuff is just more organized that way. I rip all the content, I feed it through a tool to like analyze all the content, and then it just organizes stuff for me. Organizes by series. It'll group up everything in the same series. In terms of movies, OVAs, the episodes between seasons and everything, and organize them and some of the extras into one category for each, which is nice. But yeah, that's so I get my stuff done. Though there is another way. There is like another similar tool that I think it might be simpler. I haven't tried it. But I might try it as a way to test drive some stuff at some point. Because it seems like it might be an interesting way to have the content tracked and working and everything. But yeah, I sent you a link to the thing. It's a lot more complicated to get that type of stuff set up, but it's how I have my stuff managed and organized. Because then I just rip it once, put the stuff away, and I just access it from there on any device that I have. That's how I prefer to have my content handled. I find it a bit more cleaner and more efficient that way. But it's not the most simple thing to just get set up. But it's my preferred way of dealing with all that stuff. But yeah. I mean, it's more convenient too once you actually do have it set up, because then you can just watch anything that you have anywhere on any device. And you can even have it like do stuff like track whatever you're watching. Or like if you watch something part way, then put it away. You can have it just resume back where you left off and everything.
Awaiting command.
And other stuff like that. But yeah, lots of cool things when you self-host your own stuff that you can do. There's all sorts of cool things.
Target eliminated.
Wait, doesn't my alt have all the dailies done? Yep. Okay. Okay, I just need the leopards.
Firewall breach.
2 years since 3 days for you, I say. Damn. I was here at the start. Crazy. Where things have come and gone. I haven't looked at any of the events or anything this patch. I'll have to like look through this stuff at some point. So I can get all the freeways or whatever. Bruh, game 2 alive. Things are dead now. They just got here, they're already dead. God damn it. Now I need to wait for them to respawn. Game 2 alive. Oh wait, no, there's another spot here.
Firewall breach.
Nope, never mind. Bruh. Game 2 alive, I still couldn't get him killed. They'll respawn here first. Game 2 alive. Eh. We'll wait. Somehow I bought the remaining stock on Amazon of not the Intel N100 boards. No, there was only 3 of them in stock. I bought the remaining 3 of all the ASRock Intel N100 boards. They were like 140 Canadian each. One of them arrived already, but like I'm still waiting on the other 2. I think it'd be put to use when they arrive. It'd be funny though, cause like one of the plans is like downgrade my my Ryzen 1700 machine to the Intel N100 board. Less heat, less power, less noise, cause it's passively cooled as well. But yeah. Oh, I got it done. What even did they add for this patch? Like, I know they added this area of the map over here, but like, what else? Like, there's the event thing, but like, what else? Yeah, whatever. It seems, yeah, DDR4 can be bought, but not totally ridiculous. Yeah. Wait, it's not that I... it's not that I need to, like... Yeah, like, with DDR4 though, I have like spare DDR4 SODIMMs. So I'm just gonna like get like one of those SODIMM to DIMM adapters. I just use my DDR4 there that way. I'm not buying new RAM. I'm buying adapters so I can use some of my old DDR4 though. For those Intel N100 boards. Because like I have a couple sticks of 8 GB of DDR4 SODIMMs from dead laptops. Does it still work? I thought they patched that out. Like, wasn't it patched out? I see. Yeah, but I'm not doing it solo, so it doesn't matter. You can also do it with Yanuo then. Can't you? If it still works, you can also do it with Yanuo. No, because I've done it before, back when it was like a thing. with Yano. I did it before. It doesn't matter. Already done. Right, it doesn't really matter. But yeah. You start mashing cloak 1 to 2 seconds before the cutscene ends, I say. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't really matter. You know what's kind of funny though? Getting like Raspberry Pi 5s with like usable amounts of RAM is like so expensive. Like you could just buy like slightly older like Intel NUC type machine or boards and then just get some Chinese RAM for like less than a Pi 5. Like it's like cheaper, like if you really look around, to get stuff like an N100 and like a 16GB stick of RAM for less than the 16GB variant of the Pi 5, while also being more than twice as fast while using similar power. It's ridiculous. Like it's actually like super ridiculous. Just how much like the Raspberry Pi Foundation and everything, they're like asking for their stuff. Their stuff is like hella overpriced. Because like, yeah. It's just kind of funny. Are any world boss alive? It's not even that. Even putting the Rampires aside, like even before then, it was already really bad for the pricing for like Raspberry Pis. Like ever since like they really blew up and just became like a big thing for like people use for like automation and stuff like that. But they've slowly been creeping their prices like even before the whole RAM situation. Like we're now at the point where like they were already like more expensive and worse value than a lot of some more obscure ARM-based boards. But like now like x86 based boards, they're like cheaper. Which is just kind of silly because that wasn't always the case. Like the fact that you can get like cheap embedded like Intel or AMD boards. And like the thing is, like they're not exactly super efficient either, at least in comparison to like the low powered embedded like Intel and AMD boards, because like, you know, sure, you can get like a Raspberry Pi 5, a 5-watt chip or whatever. Intel N100 is also 5 watts too. But it's also like... But like in terms of like performance, it's more than twice as fast as a Pi 5. The N100 isn't even like a new chip, it's from like what, 2021? Or like 2022, something like that. It's based off of what, the efficiency cores on Intel's 11th gen. They're more than twice as powerful as the stuff you would get in a Pi 5 at like the same power. It's like what, like bruh. Why even buy the freaking thing? The pie there. Because, like, the reason why they were even, like, okay at charging the premium compared to, like, other boards, at least the ARM-based stuff, was because at least they had, like, the community and, like, all the, like, the software support. But then it's like, well, they're at the point where, like, freaking x86 boards are similar prices, if not cheaper, when you, like, put the whole thing together. And you can do a lot more with an x86 board than you can with an ARM board. Because you can do everything you could already do with the ARM-based boards. But then now you also have a feature set of an x86 chip. And, like, the other thing, too, is, like, if you wanted to use them for, like, a NAS or whatever, specifically the Intel-based stuff, you actually have a good video encoder for transcoding. Like, a really good one. Which saves on even more power. Because you don't have to, like, deal with trying to get some other board to, like, be Frankensteined on top. So you can run, like, a graphics card or something. Because some people have done that. Which would consume way more power. It's silly. But that's the world we live in. It's more than just wrong moment. What do you think about it? Oh. I should probably try to get to my other thing there then. But yeah, it is just kind of a funny bra moment there. But like, we're in this situation. Okay. Let's see, what dream machine do I got? Oh, I guess I'll just go farm dream machines. Yeah, it's nightmare fuel. Ain't no dream machine. At least it's a quick one, yeah. I need to get on my ult as well. The annoying thing about a Glaive flight is, like, if you just, like, left click after that stupid animation has to play. Like, where she just goes up in the air, then comes down. You gotta, like, dodge first when you don't get that animation. It's so annoying. Now I gotta wait for them to respawn. Game is too alive, all the world bosses are dead that I could go after. Maybe if I get attacked over here by the sandworms. If they'll come. Need another sandworm. Okay, we need to wait for another sandworm then to come around. Because they also have the higher chance of spawning the dream machine. Nope, not that one. And not that one either. There we go. Yep, let's go do the dream machine. And it's a nightmare fuel machine instead. Because of course it is. Alright, or at least at the end of it. Got two dream machines done and my ult's still doing its first dream machine. Because it has the one where you have to sit and wait for 3 minutes. And it's nightmare fuel there too. Alright, at least we'll get the final dream machine I did on my main account done then. We'll try to get that one done, I mean. Yeah, because the stuff should be respawned now. How about over here? Damn, no dream machine spawns. I'm pretty sure I killed everything here. Damn. That's unfortunate with the RNG there. Right, kind of unfortunate.
Awaiting command.
Alright, let me get my secondary machine started then. Got my alt is this freaking maze one. Alright, give me a second, let me just get my alt stream machine done.
Target eliminated. Awaiting command.
There we go. There's the last stream machine. Which one is this one? Yeah, and it's another nightmare fuel. Amazing. At least it's not the other maze, we have to go pick up the stuff. It's just that maze, you just get to the end. Alright, my alt got its last dream machine to spawn, I'm gonna just quickly do that one too. I mean, the freaking dream machines were shit with the drops, man. Whatever. You just go out of bounds and get to the end. As if I would actually do them the proper way. My alt stream machine sucks too. It has the target thing.
Target eliminated.
The break the target one. Where the best thing to use is Nonyan.
Awaiting command.
Stream machine's done. So at least I don't have to worry about that anymore. I'm just gonna dump them into gold. Might as well have a bunch of gold.
Target eliminated.
What do we want to upgrade next? I guess we'll upgrade this.
Awaiting command.
Right. We go claim all the things. Yeah, but stuff is attacking me. Whatever. Okay. Alright, gotta get the stuff here.
Target eliminated.
But yeah, I have all the world boss accessories. Alright, cosmic system. Might as well get that one. The hell attacked me? I'll just move myself to a safe spot. But yeah, at least I got my dream machines done. Alright, at least I got them done. Even if the stuff was pretty bad this week. Nothing good out of the dream machines. Alright, there's that stuff to worry about later. But yeah, at least we're done here. Got all the important stuff. Mm-hmm. I'm just making sure I claim all the things on my ult. And then we'll go switch to NTE. But yeah, I'll definitely reset. I guess. Oh yeah, that's right. We have the heist reset too, right? So we can get more fawns again. So that's big. We should have that. Yeah, but I still have like so much time left. When I stacked a bunch of monthly passes. I got so many months left. Oh, nice. But yeah, congrats on getting the diamond, man. It's so much of a pain to like get the thing through RNG, man. But hey, at least you finally got it. So congrats on that. Okay, let me get the scene prep to switch on over. Yeah, I haven't streamed the past 3 days. Part of it was just tired from other stuff. And then also just busy. Oh, and then the other day, one of the days, I had issues with the internet. Yeah, the most important happened. Yeah, things happen. Anyways, let's switch category over now. And I still need to finish at least the revision of the model that I've been kind of working on. I kind of showed it off the other day, the last stream, with just the blue one, but there's a lot more work there. The pink dye. I thought it was the crimson one that I needed, not the pink one. Close enough. But yeah, I still haven't found that one from the heist. Again, we should get NTE on Steam soon. I cleaned up my SSD the other day too. I cleaned up like 500 gigabytes of stuff. You know what I found was hilarious? The freaking, a part of it was just like using the cleanup thing to clean up a bunch of junk files on my, multiple instances of, my Android emulators. That freed up like 400 gigabytes of space. For some reason, the thing that I have, connecting to like pull the data for Duet Night Abyss, it had like 2 log files like totaling to like 140 gigabytes or something, which was just ridiculous. Like, how the hell do you freaking link data in the log files? To that extent, it's like, what the fuck? But yeah. It's crazy. Oh cool, I don't have to change my setup for drinks. It's the way it was before. Nice. Alright. What gift does Haniel want? We'll deal with Heather first.
Where do you want this to be delivered? Oh, I'm the recipient.
Nice. Now I have more dreamless seeds. I think I'm gonna like try to get her to a level 6.
I've delivered.
You get these.
Whoa. This is for me? Are you sure?
We need to get stuff for Chiz. Oh cool, I got another achievement. Alright, what's this one? This a good piece? Nope, that's garbage.
Be careful.
Alright, let's go find some people to mug. Oh, they're over here. Come here, we'll rob you. Thanks for the wallet. I'll be taking that. I say. You know, when the NPCs are like, what's for dinner, whatever, it'd be funny if someone, like, got to, like, the voice file and they replaced it with the Zelda CDI, you know, the king saying, I wonder what's for dinner. And from, like, if you remember the old... Back when that, like, meme was, like, a thing with the YouTube poops and stuff. I don't know why. I think it'd be funny if they just had that file. Right. From the Zelda CDI. So we should pick that like as a mod. Oh, he despawned. We'll beat up these guys. Oh yeah, I still need to go back to jail for the event, yeah. Oh, I need to also do some more underground circuit to get more of the points there. Okay. There's other stuff we gotta finish up too. Another wallet. I'll take your bag. Probably just one. We'll see. At least one for the collection. But like honestly, like you kind of, if you can, you kind of want to get like 2 dupes on Shinku. Not that she needs it, it just opens up a lot of things that you can do with her, with like 2 dupes, because of what they do. But it's always good to just have stuff for the collection.
Lacrimosa, faster. That hurts.
Here I am.
You know, I wonder what happens if I stop time and then go inside the jail. I guess it just cancels it out.
This is your cell.
I mean, like, I could just escape right now. But, like, I need to do 2 more of the fights for the, event, right? We can still access a bagel in jail, though. Yeah, shoes, a whiten. And then there's all the stuff here.
What is it now?
Let's just go do some dishes that we aren't actually gonna do. Free drinks.
Not to worry about a thing. Just wants me to focus on getting my act together.
Right. No reason not to get the free food and drinks.
Cutting in line. You're scrubbing dishes for a week. Another day down. Line up, people. Stop that. Pulling on it only makes you more anxious and makes it harder to get.
Could even get the spoon there, but don't matter.
Look at you all getting so worked up. If I catch another day down.
No reason not to get the free stuff.
If I've got the dates right, my
Though it makes no sense to like bother getting like playing cards and shit anymore.
just thinking
When
about
you could just like farm the painkillers easy.
Once I'm out, I'm gonna move to a new city. Steady job. Keep my head down. No, no,
Damn. And people have found ways to like use like their full kit in there too. With like some weird bugs and stuff. Alright, let's go beat her ass.
Be careful.
I'm gonna crush you flat.
Alright, we just gotta beat little NATO.
Feeling good.
Alright, at least this stuff is easy. I see. Fair enough. How many games are you trying to keep up with, man? That's crazy. But yeah, like, keeping up with multiple live services is just pain. Especially when they end up taking away your time from doing literally anything else. It is not easy to keep up with so many. I'm not even saying that, it's just like, it freaking prevents you from having a life, basically. Like in some cases for some of them I end up like just automating stuff. So I don't have to bother dealing with certain things.
I'm gonna crush you flat.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that, man. That is just way too much. That is crazy. That is, like, that is an insane amount to try to keep up with. Because, like, even if you think about it, even if you're logging in for, like, a few minutes a day, like, how much of your time that is when you just add it up. Like, even if you log in for, like, 5 minutes each, you then spend, like, another minute or two opening and closing the game. That 7 minutes is gone. And then you add all the other ones on top. You have, like, no time left for anything. I mean, it just tells me you play Halo Infinite. What about it? Right, it just means you play Halo Infinite, Reptile. Doesn't really tell me anything else other than you play Halo Infinite. I hope it's because you like it. But yeah. I mean, you play the game, do you like it? Good. Have fun with that. What's wrong with that? Right. It's just that it's pretty crazy to try to keep up with like multiple live service stuff at once. Especially when like they're all designed around trying to get you to log in every day. Yeah, no, I've never played Halo Online. Oh yeah, Palworld 1.0, like, the 1.0 release is on the 10th too. Yeah, I wanna go back and play Palworld again as well. That is also coming too, that's later this week. Right, there's that stuff. There's other games I also wanna like just play that are like single player stuff that I wanna play coming out soon as well. That I wanna, yeah, and then there's other stuff like older games that I haven't just played through yet either. I mean, I tried the Digimon game, it was like fine, but like not worth the asking price that they were for it, and I have like no attachment to the IP. It was just like fine, I guess. I tried the demo, I was like, okay. But like, again, like I didn't grow up playing Digimon or whatever, so I have like no attachment to the IP, so I don't really think much of it. But that's just me. Alright, let's just... Oh yeah, I need to end the thing here. And get out of jail. Right, gotta end yard time. I see. You watch the anime a lot. I never really saw Digimon. I guess it's part of it too, is like growing up, when the times I would watch TV, at least where I live, like and everything, like in Canada and everything, Digimon would like never be on TV during the times I would actually watch TV. But like Pokemon would show up. Would be like the thing there. It's like I've heard of Digimon, I know of it, but like I never really saw anything of it. But yeah. Wait, do I need to look thing or can I just go? Right, I'm gonna go teleport to the pool first. But yeah, I watched a lot of different animes and stuff like that growing up too. And then I keep a bunch of them archived on my NAS. Because, yes. Because I hoard data.
That hurts.
Alright, let's get healed up here. And get the other stuff done. But yeah, at least I got the daily robbing stuff there done for the NPCs. Can I get something good from the wallets? Nope, no I can't. Well, that's unfortunate. But yeah, gonna need like a ton of mats for Shinku and stuff as well. And then yeah, I'm gonna have to like get my emulator to AFK farm this stuff. The underground circuit again. Wolf's ran and second, and now there's I say either SC64 welcome.
So
But yeah, like I have like a Plex server with like a bunch of stupid anime stuff on there. I have like freaking 455 series on there, but then like I have more stuff on spread across multiple other drives afterwards because like that the drive that I was using for that Plex server, it filled up the full 8 terabytes WD red drive I had there, and I'm like finally gonna just eventually just upgrade it in like a few days. But is it tomorrow or the day after? It should be, yeah. It should be after the maintenance, tomorrow's maintenance. Yeah, because we have like maintenance in 18 hours, and then after the game comes back, we should have Shinku. Yeah, I haven't really updated my mal either. I don't even use that stuff for tracking. Actually, right, you know what, I'll just pull the thing up. Cause like, this is like something that's like, there are like 2 things that are like really cool. If you're into like archiving your stuff and keeping your stuff tracked. I'll show you the thing that I use. Obviously I won't tell you where you can get your content from for legal reasons. But like I've been using this Shoko anime thing for like a long ass time now, for like around 10 years. Basically what this is like a tool where like if you rip your own content or you get them from sources, you can basically use this tool to archive, get metadata on everything, and you can have it like synced up to like a Plex or a Jellyfin server. And you can just like, or you can use a Kodi plugin and then just like stream your content to yourself that way. But yeah. Isn't Chaos's banner still up for a couple more hours? If you really want him, he's still up for a few more hours. Unless you're playing on the CN server. But like, yeah. Like, I've been using Plex for quite some time. But I also saw, like, this is a thing too. You can, like, use, like, a different thing. This one's called, C Anime. You would, again, have to source all your content. And you could basically, like, host it locally on your own network. Again, like, all this stuff on there, you have to get the files yourself. I guess this thing has some way to download the stuff there. I haven't tried this one. But, like, yeah. I see, you don't have any income left. That's unfortunate. Like, in a sense, you can basically make your own Netflix in a way. Like, you could just use the application, but you have to get the content yourself. And you would feed it your content, and it will just organize it for you. And then you can watch it on all your other devices. Like, this stuff is, like, pretty nice. If you have, like, stuff like this set up. I've been using Shoko only because I got Plex. I've been using Plex for over 10 years. I got it back when it was like $100 for a lifetime. For a lifetime license. This thing. No, I'm not gonna log into my account and dox myself. Not that. Oh wait, no, that. Why did it go to Plex? I want the. What's the other side? Why'd they change the site this way? No, like. I had like my own media server thing set up. You would have to add your media. You would then link Shoko Anime to provide metadata for Plex. And it would just organize all your stuff. But yeah. And then they have like the top thing there. I don't recommend anyone pick up Plex anymore though. Because, here's the thing now. They don't want you to like have a lifetime license anymore. What the fuck, it's $1,000 now? I got this back when it was $100, not $1,000. Because they're really trying to push people to get, like, the subscription. This used to be $100. And then they doubled it last year or something. Was it last year? Did they double it, or was it like $250 or something like that? They raised the price a lot. And then now it's this. Like, obviously, if you wanted to, like, host your own content like that, don't use Plex if you don't already have a lifetime license. I would get Jellyfin instead. This one's free and open source. Similar feature set. You don't have all the features of Plex. But, like, the main feature of Plex, the one feature of Plex that you don't get is that, like, the easy port forwarding, but, like, you can still set that up manually and configure it yourself to stream your stuff remotely. But, like, yeah. Like, Jellyfin's a free one. Great way to, like, manage your content or whatever, or, like, if you have, like, family photos or videos or whatever, store them on your NAS and you can access them on any of your devices. This is like a great way to like preserve your own stuff. Yeah, they make people dependent and make it shitty, pretty much. This one though, Jellyfin's open source, so like, this one you won't have that problem. But like, yeah, like, stuff like this, like one of the other main selling points of Plex back then too, was like, again, it was like a great way to like preserve all your stuff. And just easily access them, because like, you know, you can have like an app on your phone, it will connect to your Plex server, or in this case, Jellyfin for Jellyfin server, or like you can get an app on your TV or whatever. But yeah, or you can open it and like and see your stuff from a web browser too. But like Jellyfin, there's a desktop client, there's a Kodi client, or a Kodi app, I mean. There's an Android app, there's an iOS app, right? They have it on Android TV. They have an app for Roku. They have an app for like the LG TV stuff. They got this stuff for the Samsung stuff too. They have an app for Xbox as well. A Jellyfin app for Xbox. But yeah. Yeah, you know, this is great too if like you roam the sea. Because you can keep the content archived and have a really nice and easy time to access stuff. Right, but like, yeah. And then there's obviously there's a client and like a server thing. I don't know why they're not showing the freaking Linux server download there, but you would just get it from your like your thing anyways. Your package manager. You wouldn't download it from the website. You would just grab it from your package manager anyways if you're on Linux.
So, this place?
But yeah. It's a very useful tool.
Today, Black Mimosa.
You need me to step in. Don't forget to bill them for an appearance fee.
Alright, I need beetle coins and stuff as well. And I need some of those as well. But yeah. Self-hosting, great way to preserve your stuff too. To archive and preserve your stuff there. Only real downside though is buying storage is a massive pain in the ass because the freaking data centers bought all the RAM and the NAND. And even the hard drives, because not even the hard drives are safe too. Like, freaking Western Digital said something like earlier in the year that like all their hard drive capacity, whatever, is like sold out for like 2 years too, or something. Like, I remember like reading that somewhere of like, what the fuck, even the hard drives? But like, you know, if you've seen like higher end like enterprise grade like hard drives, they're like getting close to some like early SATA SSDs in terms of read and write speeds, which is kind of crazy. Like the higher end like enterprise hard drives, they're actually like pretty fast. For like some reason. Well, it's not like there's no reason for them to be that fast. With like how big they are, you kind of need them to be fast so you can actually faster so you can actually write to the drive. And not just wait for an eternity. Just like, yeah. Like you can find like enterprise hard drives. Well, I guess you can't really find them for sale as easily. With like read and write speeds of like 300 megabytes per second. Which is kind of crazy. Well, for a hard drive anyways.
Today, Black Mimosa.
You need me to step in. Don't forget to bill them for an appearance fee.
Yeah, you got Seagate Exos for about 28 terabyte for 500. Refurbished though. I don't really trust buying refurbished drives unless you're buying a bunch of them to run in like a RAID array. But yeah. You know, here's the funny part about the PS5 SSD. Like, here's the thing. For an SSD, a slower PCI Express Gen 3 drive with a DRAM cache is going to be better to run games off of than like a PCI Express Gen 4 drive or a Gen 5 drive without a DRAM cache in a lot of situations. Despite having a much slower read and write performance, the main reason why is unless you're just writing data directly to the drive, the actual speed there is not what you're gonna get when you're actually using it. Because the thing that actually matters more is just a random read and write performance, rather than just sequential stuff. And, when you're accessing data from a drive randomly, it's a lot slower than the advertised speeds. Well, yeah, because it's not gonna happen. Like, it's just more of like, it just physically cannot work what they were advertising there. They made it sound like it was gonna be something super impressive, but like, what they were trying to achieve is straight up isn't possible. Because SSDs, they're too slow even then, compared to like RAM. And lower queue depths, they're not exactly most SSDs aren't exactly the greatest at that too. But yeah, writing to NAND is also surprisingly slow. Oh yeah, for sure. That's why when you look at SSDs, when you're like looking at like prices, the higher capacity drives are faster than the lower capacity ones, because what they do is basically they just have more NAND chips to split the load, and they'll just split where the data is written between the different chips to help make up for the difference. That said though, if you don't have a DRAM cache on your drive, you're gonna also have to waste more system resources to try to access it a bit more efficiently, because all the data isn't really put together in one spot. That's kind of how they were able to achieve some of those speeds as well. And the thing is too, once you get past the cache, it can get pretty slow. Having stuff like a DRAM cache helps a lot. But SSDs, they don't typically advertise it as easily if they have a DRAM cache or not. So you usually have to do a lot more research before you buy an SSD. But it does make a pretty big difference when you're like really slamming the drive, having a DRAM cache versus not having it at all. It makes a bigger difference than having a faster drive, or a faster theoretical drive. And like, that's how I typically shop for an SSD. I look for if the drive has a DRAM cache first, before I bother looking at the actual read and write performance, because that does make a bigger difference in practice. But like, obviously it's a lot cheaper to sell an SSD without a DRAM cache. But again, also, to compensate for that, your system has to use more resources when reading from the drive. You're just basically passing the problem to like something else to just deal with. But yeah, like, I don't really recommend anyone like buy just like a refurbished like hard drive if you're only buying one. If you're buying like 5 of them or something to put in a RAID array, that's when it's like, yep, sure, go ahead. Buy like 5 of the identical like refurb drives. That way at least, if something happens, your data is still safe. I would never buy like a used hard drive or refurbished hard drive on its own, as like an individual drive. It's not worth the risk of losing your data. If the drive eventually fails, you know, you're just losing whatever you put on that drive. If you're gonna like do that, like buy a bunch. Put them in a nice RAID array. It's way safer for your data. But yeah. But like, yeah, if you're in that situation, like, they're not a bad idea. It's just, as an individual drive, it's not worth the savings. And the risk. You got a 990 Pro, nice. Yeah, the Samsung Pro drives, those ones have a DRAM cache. The Evo drives typically don't. The older Evo drives did, but like a lot of the newer Evo drives, they don't have a DRAM cache anymore. That's one of the big differentiators they have between the Evo and the Pro versions of the SSDs. The Pro versions are
Be careful.
a lot better
Glass.
when you're actually like using them. If you're ignoring just writing and reading to the drive sequentially.
No wings. So
Oh, but yeah, that's a good SSD. Too bad the prices to buy one these days is awful. Yeah, and they also use the MLC flash too sometimes. But they also typically also just have the DRAM cache. They used to put it on all their drives, but they haven't done that in a long ass time. Samsung cheaping out on the things there too. But yeah.
greetings.
It takes 16 SD cards to emulate the control on the CPU. What could possibly go wrong?
Your path.
Why did I do that? Alright, we got 10% crit. Don't matter. Got that thing. Let's go spend the stuff.
Today, Black Remote.
Business is tough. Every little thing counts.
Right, you need to get some materials farmed out. Alright, let's get loaded on in. Alright, gonna need a lot of these. I'm gonna need a lot of these as well.
It's over. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Leave it to Lacrimosa. Lacrimosa. It's gone.
Alright, they're dodge. That's cleaned up.
Hmm? You need me to step in. Don't forget to bill them for an appearance fee.
Right, I'm gonna need a bunch of beetle coins. And I still need to get all the other characters that are leveled up slowly. Right, what's the gift that she wants? Because I might as well start giving gifts to Haniel. At least to get her to like level 5 or 6. Okay, Haniel likes Asahiri and Nori. Some of the stuff from Asahiri and Nori. Okay. I'll go to the DSD here. Alright, let's head on over. Alright, we can just give these to her.
Do you hear that? Daniel's affection. Up, up, up!
Already gave him his stuff. We'll give one to Chiz.
Is this for me?
Waka
Thank
waka,
you.
Anomaly Volume 2 is officially on
Oh well. It gets power crept, whatever. I mean, here's the thing. I used, what, the go-kart for at least 2 months? I at least got 2 months of use out of it. So, hey, at least I used it for some time. Better than a vehicle you bought and then never use. Like, never used at all. There's still some fun stuff to do with the go-kart. Even if it isn't as fast as the bike, though. But yeah. It's just another vehicle for the collection. Oh well. What was I gonna do again? Oh yeah, the cinema. Wheelchair best one-seaters. The wheelchair is just funny. In its own other way. I'm doing fine. How are you doing though? Lucy. AZ07. We're just getting some stuff here done now. Yeah, we need the wheelchair upgrades. For sure.
That's it?
But yeah, the selector's next patch are gonna be nice so I can finally finish my collection. Of characters that have all the standards. But yeah, it's gonna be nice. And I got enough savings, more than enough savings for Shinku. Right. What's our Shinku savings looking like? Alright, we have 18 pity there. 19 pulls here. The 12k gems here. I mean, G1's like... I don't know why you would use G1 though for Chiz. Unless you want grouping. Like, I'm gonna get G1 and then, like, after I'm done pulling, I'll just use the warp pieces to go buy Foddy or something, or whatever I don't have. Because, like, after I'm done pulling, I'll have enough warp pieces to go get one of these guys. That way I can have the full collection. Like, right now, like, Chiz is just kind of weird. HP inflation, I don't know about that. I feel like in 1.3 they're gonna change how the endgame content works. I don't think they're gonna increase the enemy HP, but I think they're gonna change pre-stacking. They're gonna get rid of the ability to pre-stack before you start fighting. Or they're gonna have like a thing to reset your buffs or something. They're probably gonna do that to like fix the 0-second clear from Shinku that wheels are doing. It's not gonna nerf her, it's just gonna make it so you can't do it anymore. Oh yeah, that's because someone changed my avatar before. It's one of the redeems there. But yeah, I shonen manga protagonist, and welcome. Alright, because I don't know how many of you guys have seen the 0-second clear. But here, I'll pull it up so you guys can see. Right, because like this is the thing. But yeah, like 0-second clear is the thing. Part of it is because you can just fully stack Shinku's passive if you have one of her dupes without her being in the first slot of the thing out of combat. So like, you know, the timer is like 0 seconds past, right? Because when you use the ult, time is stopped. But like, so you can do the burst thing immediately on Shinku. You would have to like stack her passive first. And currently, there's a thing where like you can just stack it out of combat, and you can just sit and wait before you start the fight, and you will just stack it up all the way. They're probably gonna eventually like just block the ability to stack buffs out of combat before you start. ToF had a similar situation for the earlier parts in ToF. Mainly because people were doing things like relic stacking and like swapping and putting a bunch of relics so they can get a bunch of free easy damage at the start of bygone fights. They eventually just made it so your stuff gets reset as soon as you start the fight. And you can't pre-stack anymore in ToF. But this was like back when like ToF like launched for like the first couple of months. You could like pre-stack buffs before you started the fights. And like people would abuse the hell out of that. They eventually just stopped people from doing it.
Glass.
No, like I mean like there's a timer at the start, so I'll replay it again. So like the game timer treats it as 0 seconds. Like the timer itself is still saying 10 minutes. Alright? Because time is stopped during this stuff. And then just finishing off with the Tori thing there. It still says 10 minutes, so like the timer itself for the stage is 0 seconds. But the only reason why that part is even possible is because of one of the things on Shinku. And you can now stack it out of combat. Because before, when she initially launched, you couldn't stack it out of combat. Right, this is from the CN thing. I think it was this one? It was one of these that would let you stack it out of combat. But yeah. She had a dupe effect that would let you stack it out of combat. Oh, not the dupe effect, I mean, would let you stack it when she's not on field. And then they changed it so she can stack her passive out of combat. And then her ult would like consume it. That's kind of why you got the big nuke there. Because like max stacks. But yeah. But yeah, you can like for passives, if a character has like a passive buff, you can stack it while out of combat before you start fighting. It's the same thing for one of the battle pass arcs. I forget which one it was. I don't think it's this one. Wait, no, yeah, this one. Because, like, technically speaking, for this battle pass arc, you can stack this all the way before you start fighting. Shinku can do the same thing with her passive, basically. Before you fight. And the thing is not balanced around you having the thing fully stacked up before you start the encounter. But yeah, basically, it's kind of just like abusing stuff like that. Obviously not this thing on Shinku, because she's not liquid type. Shinku is this one. I think this one, yeah, this one is Shinku's arc. Yeah, this is the one for Shinku. Right, this is based off of the CN data. So, like, there's no leaks or anything here. This is just from the CN data. But yeah. They're probably, like, gonna, like, do a hotfix or whatever for, like, or something probably in, like, 1.3, isn't, or later at some point. So, like, even though, like, you can do that thing for Shinku, do not pull her for that reason. Because, like, eventually, they'll likely just fix it. And, like, that's the only, like, one comp that you can do that in anyways. Right now. Because, like, it doesn't work in high risk because the timer starts ticking as soon as you load into the area. But not for Beyond the Rails. So, like, don't use that as your reason to pull. Pull her because you want her. Or you like her or whatever, not because she can do that. Besides, that nuke thing is like from like a CN whale that has it fully maxed. But, you know. Like, keep that in mind. I don't think it'll last. But, like, should be safe for at least the entire patch. Yeah, it's kind of silly to pull for that. Because it's like, you pull for meta, like, for what reason, man? Like, we could do the math here and why it's really stupid to pull for that reason. Like, I'll go straight to Beyond the Rails right now. We'll go add up all the currency you get. And then we'll compare it to the cost. Because, like, it's stupid. You can say the same thing for, like, all these other gacha games as well. You just adjust the numbers accordingly. It's probably a lot worse anyways for most of them. Because the cost per character is a lot higher. But, like, okay, Beyond the Rails, we got 3... Yeah, so we'll just add it all the way up. So up until 24. So we have 75 times 8. And then we add the other thing here. That's another 200. So you get 800. You get this every reset, right? So you have 2 resets per patch. You get 1600 currency. Okay. How many character slots do you have in Beyond the Rails? You have 8 character slots. That means every character is actually worth 1/8 of this. 200. 200 currency. Let's say you go and pull for even base Shinku. You would then you would ideally multiply this number by how many pulls it would cost you. Let's just say it takes you 70 pulls to get Shinku. Right. 70 pulls times 160 currency per pull. This is 11,200. You only get you're getting 200 per patch back, basically, of her relative value. It would take you 56 months to break even for one copy. We're not even including the cost of the arc. Like, you gotta let that sink in. And then, of course, let's say you pull for 7 copies. Well, now it's 392 months. Divide that by 12. This is 32 years. Even then, like, even if you're only buying, like, pulling 1 copy, this is basically just over 4.5 years of using her to break even. This is kind of why you shouldn't really just pull for meta, because logically speaking, it's kind of stupid. If that was your reason. Because the actual cost you put in versus what you get out is always going to be a net loss. And you can apply this stuff for a lot of these other games. The actual cost for other games is far worse. Even. Like what? WoWa is what? Like, you get like how much in WoWa? I think it's like similar, but then you have like 9 character slots or something you gotta use or whatever to do all the stuff for the towers. And you only get 1 reset per patch for that. That like just makes it worse. And it costs like a double basically to get the character copy. And this is still not including the weapon, so you're gonna look at like closer to 20 years to break even for 1 copy there. Genshin, ZZZ, WoWa, HSR, whatever. They're around like 20 years as your break-even point. It's stupid. Like, don't bother. That should not be the reason why you pull. It's logically retarded. But yeah, hi there, S. Nicholas. Welcome. Yeah, it's not like you need to pull. But like, even if you felt you were in that situation, you shouldn't pull. You pull because you want them and you like them. Don't pull them because of the power there, because you're trying to clear beyond the rails or whatever endgame content. And this applies to every gacha game. You should never pull for that reason. Because logically speaking, you will always be at a net loss if that's the reason why you're pulling. You might as well just set your premium currency on fire. Because you're never gonna get it back. You're never gonna break even. And that's pulling 1 copy, let alone if you pull dupes. But yeah. At the end of the day, it's like, do you want to spend just to do that? Say you're strong, I know. It's like, pull because you want to and you like it, not because of the power reasons or whatever. That shouldn't be the reason why. Like, it should not be. Because it's just stupid.
Glass.
But yeah, welcome Raiders, jar underscore hi. Alright, plus 8 million viewers, welcome. Welcome Raiders. Alright, let's go do some heist. Need to get that done, then we need to spend our city stam. Let's go over to the thing to do the heist. But yeah, and also thanks for the follow as well. I'm doing fine, how you doing?
Hello there. Are you here for the pink? Yes, of course.
The time you got reincarnated with gotcha powers and you got OP average. I'm pretty sure there's like a handful of mangas and light novels with that concept already, actually. Like, that's actually a thing. There's like several, I'm pretty sure. I remember seeing when scrolling through certain sites. There's like a bunch. Actually, no, like, I remember as well. There was this one that, like, I read before that was, like, that, like, made a joke out of it. I think I talked about it before, the guide site one. Or whatever. No, well, technically not an isekai. But yeah. Meta Slaver, you're gonna skip Shinku. You're in the bike. Fair enough. Alright, pull for what you want, man. Is all I'll say. Pull it because you like him and because you want him. But yeah. No, there's a funnier one. Let me see if I can find the thing, the page. Was it the thing? Let me see if I can find the chapter specifically. Give me a sec. I need to, like, find this specific chapter. Wait, does it even have it here? Or did, like, Manga Dex, like, nuke it? Oh shit, wait, it's getting an anime this year. This shit's actually getting an anime this year, apparently. Apparently it's gonna air in October. This shit's hilarious. There's a scene... I guess I'll just give you a brief summary here. Rhoda, the main character here, she gets kicked out of her family or whatever because her ability or whatever is the internet. This shit's hilarious. And what ends up happening is apparently she lives in a game world for some game. And she uses the internet, her skill. She thinks it's like some sort of book from the gods or whatever that she's reading through because it just gives her all the information. And she just basically, you know, is using it like a freaking cheat code for everything. Also, some weird shit happens, like sequence breaking the game. There's a part where there's like a gacha or whatever. And the chapter where they showed off the gacha, she basically cloned this princess, this mermaid princess thing, because that's what she pulled from the gacha. And then so there's like 2 copies of the mermaid princess thing in front of her or whatever. And like she's like, what am I supposed to do, whatever? And she's like, okay, you have to eat the other one. And it's like, what do you do with you have the duplicates or whatever? It's like, you have to make to make it stronger. You can use the duplicate by feeding one to the other or whatever. She reads from the internet or whatever. This shit's pretty hilarious. She like freaking like it's like you start the game. You know how like if you played like with exploits, if you played Breath of the Wild or whatever, you can like skip and immediately and speedrun and immediately grab the Master Sword without doing anything. Just imagine, like, she just does that from the beginning. But yeah, this shit's, like, hilarious. Definitely worth reading as well. I don't know which chapter, I don't remember which chapter it was where it had that, but, like, yeah, getting strong with internet guides. And they think her skill is bad because it's rank triple S, right? They think because, you know, alphabetically it's S, so they think S is bad and A is the best. But yeah, it's a fun read. Probably something to look into when it airs later this year. What if it is airing right now? I haven't looked at this stuff, so they got Mushika Tensei again. Okay. Wait, this is airing now? When? Okay, I'm gonna have to watch this one. This shit's fun. The Otome game one. And then there's like a bunch of other stuff there. Okay. I'll probably have to like look through this stuff at some point. Overgeared is gonna have an anime, what? The Chainsmoker cat is hilarious. I see. You'll probably watch it on the graphics alone. You're more into the Chinese stuff? I see. Wouldn't that stuff get listed here too? Some of the stuff though, it's like, some of the stuff I end up watching, it's like I've already read it before. Wait, have I read this one before? I don't remember. I might have read it before, but I have to like see if they have like other covers or whatever. I might have read this one before. I read like so many of like of this stuff that like I don't even like they all get mixed up at this point. Obviously, we're not gonna watch on stream. Obviously not. Obviously not. That's not gonna happen. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna risk any of that. No, the problem with some of the trailers is I sometimes still get hit, at least on the YouTube archive.
Arriving at this very moment.
So like, I'd rather not, because like that's still a risk. Oh, wrong elevator. Because like it does happen.
Lacrimosa can handle it. Shift change. Go rest now.
Stupid things up there is so annoying. I wish they kept the ability to like swap tab target like they had in ToF in the earlier betas. But obviously don't want to get doxxed. Yeah. You never use tab targeting in ToF? You could just like manually specify a target. So much better than the shit that they than anything else, like when you're dealing with things in groups.
Time flows on.
It's one of the things they should have kept that they had in the earlier betas for NTE.
The moon has set.
Because like the way it just locks onto things, like you can change various rules, but like you can't just manually select a target, which is annoying. Yeah, but it's not good enough.
Leave it to Lacrimosa.
You got a specific talent, use the most crowded, keep the rest at 9, I say. Min-max farming console. Alright, dude, do what you prefer best. Not really. Not really. Most of the time when I've been doing stuff in game, I'm basically alone. No, that thing's not opened up. Let's loot this thing. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get good RNG in this run.
Here I am.
Shift changed. Go rest now.
Yeah, I know the method with the arc. Yeah, I never bothered to do the thing. Part of it is because I'm probably gonna forget to switch the arc back after. And I don't want to deal with that. Yeah. Outside of like that, like I haven't really done anything with anyone on stream. That was a fun stream though. But we did that. Both times we did that. It was fun.
Did you need something?
The tide of the world, drawn to its current.
Lacrimosa can handle it. Be careful.
Here I am.
Nah. It shows you where everything is. I find it very convenient. It doesn't, like, show everything, but it shows almost everything. I mean, it used to be a bug that people would, like, exploit, but they turned it into a feature by making it just as passive. It's pretty nice overall. Of course, if you don't like it, you just don't activate or unlock it. So there's no option to disable it after you unlock it. But personally, I like having it. Makes it so much easier to spot things. I guess. Like the whole thing being gold might obstruct what the actual thing is. I can see that. Either way though, it's nice to have it. I like having it. But you're right in that sense. It could technically be improved. Either way though, it's nice that it's there. Yeah, it's understandable. It's just that, like, having it just glow yellow just makes it even more obvious that something is there. Even if it doesn't do the best job of indicating. Because the thing is just fully in gold there. So certain things can look the same. So I get that. Either way, I'm just glad that we have it than not have it. Because, again, it just makes it easier to find certain things. Yeah, for sure. Like, if it's like a piece of paper or something, it can be a bit confusing. And annoying. Oh, there's an exit here. It's like cool, a giant piece of paper. It's like 50 fonts. I know.
All right, let's go. All right, let's go.
$60 fonts even. Either way, it's like nothing. Oh yeah, I haven't like touched anything there. I haven't like updated anything. That would be something. I mean, who knows what they will do? They'll just make passives for all sorts of things for characters. That could be anything. They can kind of just do whatever as a passive. If they feel like it.
Hello there. Yes. Of
But I would
course.
really like though is like a freaking robbing list. The ability to track this stuff inside. Like a full-on robbing list. It'd be nice to like track this stuff easily. I mean, it's not like I have anything there with the YouTube thing there.
Welcome, everyone.
Yeah, it's around that. That sounds about right.
And thus, time flows on.
The moon has set.
I don't really see anything of value in there.
I will not. Hero to the rest!
I wonder if we'll ever find the Crimson Gem. Yeah, Stamina Bank, Cafe's monthly pass exploration guide. Yeah, you get a decent amount. But you can never have enough fawns. Always need more fawns. Okay, I need to do the city stamina stuff too. Thanks for the reminder.
The easy dime arrived!
Another mess to clean up?
Leave it to Lacrimosa.
Let's just go this way. I mean, sure, it's enough, but like... At the same time, it depends on what else you want to use your currency on. Well, anyways, the bike is gonna be cheaper than the Porsche anyways. Quite a bit cheaper. I mean, if you combine it with the other currency, because like you can just pick and choose between the tiers. Yeah, the bike is gonna be like half the price of the Porsche. For like everything. It's still gonna cost like hard pity for the Porsche is like 12 mil or something. Or is like 11.8 mil.
What a handful they are.
At the end, it just depends on what you value more. That would be hilarious. No, I mean, one of the cheaper properties has a swimming pool, but like, yeah. Who knows, man? Who knows what they'll put in the game? Is it? I haven't checked. Thanks to the follow as well, Angela. I'm gonna like switch though to the Steam version when 1.2 drops. That way I can finally use my Steam controller. Without having to run Linux. Because I've been wanting to use my Steam controller for a bit here. At least to like mess around with. I mean, the bike counts towards it anyways. To the requirements. The bike would count. Because it's just any vehicle, the fucking wheelchair counts. You can already play it right now on the Steam Deck. It's just a bit of a pain to get set up. You can play the PC client on the Steam Deck right now. You would just the thing is though, I don't know if you're still gonna need to get DW Proton for Linux on the actual full release. But like, yeah, you already can. You can play NTE on Linux. I've done it before.
The tide of the world, drawn to its current.
Leave it to Lacrimosa.
Did you need something?
Lacrimosa can come. Yeah. Time for change.
And thus, time flows on.
But yeah, when the thing drops, I'm gonna be moving to the
Leave
Steam
it to
client.
Lacrimosa.
Just so I can get Steam input.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're using any controller on the PC version of NTE, you should just like use the Steam version. Simply because you get access to Steam input. Like even just for that. Like if you're a controller user, you should use the Steam version. Because of Steam input. Especially because like you can just remap anything with Steam input. You need to complain about the dyes in the gacha box because the item's useless with the MC skin. What? Yeah, I don't know why they do that. But that's what they're doing. They're probably gonna do like other skins in the future that way too, with the dyes and everything. Imagine they do it with like swimsuits or something in 1.3.
Here I am.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's always gonna be preferable. Why don't you just farm the paw coins? Get the wheelchair in the car. Fair enough. I mean, eventually you'll get enough from how often you do heist anyways. That's what you watch me farm instead. True. I do be farming the stuff there, though I don't need the things for that. I need it for the other stuff. Because I already got the wheelchair in the car back in 1.0.
All right, let's go.
I was lost. I forget. Thunderbolt, it's our turn. Try play, then break.
Perfect, it'll only be a moment.
The moon has set.
Gotta get this loaded.
And thus, time flows on.
Arriving at this very moment.
Leave it to Lacrimosa.
We're getting out of here.
Did you need something?
Where did I see the exit then? I saw an exit before. Shit, it's the wrong one. Okay. Oh, your wave will be good. Don't worry. She's gonna have like all sorts of different use cases. But again, it's like I said earlier, if you're gonna... You should pull because you like the character, not just because of power. She'll provide healing if you want to have healing support. But then also, if you ever want to use the stuff for Blossom, being able to just re-summon the freaking flower after it expires once per Blossom is gonna be very convenient. But yeah. She's gonna be good. I don't know what her full kit is and her numbers or whatever. But like we already know what her kit does because they already showcased it. And like it's gonna be good for what it is. Right. You've earned 41 mil fonts, but then you spend it all on all sorts of things. Yeah, I mean, you can do that. That will work pretty nicely, actually.
All these orders. The store's overloaded with orders.
Yeah, I've earned well over almost 38 mil fonts. I haven't done all the city stamina stuff yet this week. And the other stuff, but yeah. You know, here, let's go do some taxi, why not? At least so I can get the achievement. That's how much I've made in game, but like, not how much I have. I haven't spent my city stamina yet this week. I wish I had 38 mils, fonts. I only have like 3.8 mil. But yeah, I want to get the villa as well. Nothing left to grind. Ah, shut. Bruh. Wait. Science is this way. Bro, that's like so far. I mean, they're eventually just gonna add stuff. You need fonts for everything, man.
Thank you. Finally off work.
Time to drop this guy off. Fast. I need to farm the some of the mobs for the other stuff too. I need to farm bops for the dodge thing. Oh. Maybe just drive it around. I mean, why is his patience drop? That was fast. There we go, I got the achievement there. Alright, I'll go pick up the driver, the passenger, man. I'll go pick him up. Yeah, I really like the red trail. I mean, it does look cool though. The red trail looks cool. Yeah, that one will have it too. But yeah. Just double checking to make sure I have everything finished. I think I do. Right, gotta make sure you have like all of your event stuff finished up. Do some underground circuit. I might as well try to get some more beetle coins. But yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. You drive perfect and the car just gets in your way, yeah. That does happen sometimes. This guy is not good at driving. Whatever. I'll just ride with him so we can get the thing. Yeah, he's doing the trick there. He didn't even make the jump. God, the guy went the freaking long way. Yeah, he didn't take the shortcut, but whatever. Oh, the car got destroyed. Wait, there's an even faster car there. Okay, he's not very good at driving. We should probably get out of the car. Okay, the tire blew up and now it's fine. Come on, make the jump. There we go. Whatever, at least second is fine. Yeah, that's fine, we just tie. Yeah, I forgot to claim that thing. Look at the freaking cost to get to Hunter level 52. Crazy. Alright, that's gonna be a bit hefty. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna like have the thing set up to just... No, I'm at Hunter level 51. I'm just like, look at the experience cost to get the 52. I'm not at 52, yeah, I'm at 50. I'm still 51. I'm just like, look at the freaking cost of 52. The experience cost. So slow there, 34k. And that's gonna take a while to get to, because I only get how much a week? It's like 2,700 a day. Yeah, it's gonna take me. It takes like 2 weeks to get to 52. It'll take me like 2 weeks. Yeah, it's just gonna take more and more time.
Please take the item out.
Here's what we'll just do that. We'll close it and just reopen the game. That way you don't have to pay. Big brain. Yeah, I know, and it just gets crazier and crazier. On my test account, I have it like at 55, but like the test account I have, they just preset everything to with everything maxed at 55. When they give them. Yes. It's not all the material, it's too much material, that it becomes a pain because you're overcapping the material and it won't let you do stuff until you dump the materials on something. That's actually the point where it gets to, where it's like you get like the freaking letter things. But yeah. When you do it that way, you still keep the item, but they don't deduct your funds. You have 9 characters at... Yeah, it's an insane amount.
Business is tough.
Going.
I mean... I'm gonna give Lacrimos all the stuff there.
5 more minutes.
I already got Hattori's thing there. But yeah. The beetle coins cost though is crazy. Need a lot of beetle coins. Here's the worst part. Let's go to a fishing spot. I can't buy any more beetle coins with fishing. I need to wait another month. Look at all that fishing. I'm out of the beetle coins as well. I got the 600k the other day. It's just like gone poof. Oh, but yeah. I do an insane amount of fishing. It's yeah, we do. It's just not inside the game. There is an auto reel. There is an auto reel if you know where to get it. But yeah, Kumake. You're welcome. But yeah, it's like I'm out of the stuff again. It's not in-game, it's an external thing. That just looks at your screen and then just presses the keys to do the fishing for you. One play two, we get to smash the family. Okay. Okay then. It'll make it easier to fish. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get the good boy stamps.
Oh, this bit'll definitely win. The plan is set in stone. I'm putting my honor on the line. I'll look for a better alternative. So I still couldn't do it.
Should I ask the shop owner for an advance?
One more fun. This is how you do it.
This item is yours.
Right, you bid one more fawn.
This round is mine. Oh, I'll consider this a new toy for my
Contacting the
meow
auction
meow.
house.
My treat. Alas, Meow Meow is just a puppy.
I need to take on more commissions. Top-notch stuff?
Right, I just put one more fawn than the last guy.
This item is yours.
Here we go. Oh cool, I can get another good boy stamp. Yeah, you could just replace the number and type one more on the keyboard.
Oh, I'll consider this a new toy for my Meow Meow.
Should I ask the shop owner for an advance?
slide
This will go nicely with Meow Meow's new
Putting my
look.
honor on the line.
Oh, Meow Meow might be interested in this new
This is
thing.
the power of friendship.
I need to take on more commissions. Top-notch stuff?
This bit'll definitely win.
I need this auction item.
I believe in our bond.
It's but the cost of one meal.
I choose you.
Forget it. Meow Meow doesn't like this.
This auction item is worth the price.
Eat that up, okay. Well, there we go.
This item is yours.
Right, now I have that. I mean, it's not a bad deal at times to get the those weekly boss materials there. I basically got what, an extra weekly boss run, because like eventually I'm gonna need all that stuff anyways. So like no reason not to get it. But yeah, Tori always making the sounds. Oh. Oh yeah, I gotta fight Mammon. Right, we gotta fight Mammon. Alright, I'll go fight Mammon after. There's crime there.
Shift change. Go rest now.
Alright, just another weekly source of fawns. Need all the fawns you can get. Donate to my only fawns.
Shift change. Go rest now. Lacrimosa. You're it. Lacrimosa. Angry. It'll only be a moment.
That could be good for a while.
Yeah, it's dead.
Lacrimosa can handle it.
That was easy. There's also the part where a lot of PS5s don't come with the fucking disk drive. He's also forgetting about that part.
So easy.
It's the freaking console thing, that not having the disc anymore. I think you're fucking dumb if you're buying games on consoles without getting a physical copy. Because of what these companies can and have done to physical to digital libraries in the past. Especially PlayStation. Didn't they just like delete like another 500 titles from people's libraries? I know a lot of it was just movies and TV series that they bought. But like they just went and wiped a bunch more stuff and took it away from people. Even though they purchased it on PSN. Like they could do that shit too eventually to other stuff as well. It's like, no. You have to pay extra for a CD drive just to like plug the thing in. The PS5 Pro doesn't come with a disc drive. Because it's not included. There's a decent amount of people that don't think about that. And they also, there's the other thing too. A lot of the time with physical copies for games, you can get it for cheaper than you can get digitally. Not just like buying used, but like a lot of the times as well, you can find like various stores just having sales to offload inventory of games, physical copies. Most of the games that like people are playing on PlayStation, you can get it for cheaper physically if you go to a store, or you just buy used. But you can't do that with it when it's digital. You can't do that. But yeah. I mean, it's a decent DVD player, but like, yeah, that was like, that's one of the best things you can use it for. The disk drive to go play your fucking Blu-rays. It's a nice 4K Blu-ray player. But yeah. No. What's that? I did not watch Obsession. What is that, though? But yeah, it just feels bad that they're, like, taking away the disc drives from people. Or rather, they're not gonna have, any more physical copies and stuff after 2028. I see. I haven't really watched much anything lately. Yeah, I barely watch movies. The last time I watched a movie in a theater was before COVID, and I watched I watched Weathering with You when they had it here in Canada. It was like a week before the COVID lockdowns. Which is crazy timing. It was like a week before COVID lockdowns I watched it. Oh, look, Mint is here.
It even masks the smell from work. Oh, hey there, Coco.
Oh, what are you smelling?
The aromas from all the different food shops. Just smelling makes me feel like I actually ate. It does the trick of satisfying my cravings.
What an unusual method.
Okay then, Mint. But yeah, I don't really watch many movies. The thing is, as well, like, what, for like PlayStation, I think it makes even less sense to even care for the games that they have. Because the average, like, PlayStation Studio game or whatever they're making, they don't really make games. They make interactive movies at best. The stuff that, like, PlayStation and Sony likes to crank out. They're not really games, they're more like movies. At least. You don't miss much by not playing the game and just watching someone else play it. Because they're more like freaking interactive movies. They don't really make games. And they haven't in a long ass time. But like, you look at the stuff too, it's like the games that people play on PlayStation. They're all just like multi-plots anyways. Like, you look at the, like the top 20 games people are playing. You don't need a PlayStation to play those games. Like, the vast majority of games like that just get like active users on a PlayStation. They're just like your typical your typical sports ball game or a shooter. That's like the majority of the freaking top 20. It's either a freaking a ball game or a fucking shooter that people are playing, and you can play those same games on like everything. Oh, it's a ball game or a shooter, and then like the other one is, and then it's just and then Minecraft. Like, in terms of, like, actual, like, just daily active users, just people playing. Like, there was, like, a stat that showed, like, the freaking top 20 games list. And it's just a ball game, a gun game, or Minecraft. Right? Because, like, what? Fortnite would go in the gun games. Minecraft is the only one that's not a ball or a gun game. But yeah. Dark Pictures anthology games, pretty good watch. Okay. You just use the Fire Stick at home. You guys have a Fire Stick? Meanwhile, I'm like... Damn, is the freaking listing even gone now? I think it is. Oh damn, it's completely gone now. Because I bought the last 3 of those on Amazon. Okay. Yeah, Shinku tomorrow as well. And then we get to mess around with that. And then there's also the new game mode thing. Let me see if I can pull it up. The thing I was like talking about. Oh, it is coming tomorrow too. Nice. I bought the last 3 of these boards off of Amazon. I bought the last 3 of these boards. These Intel N100 boards. Apparently they're coming tomorrow. I'm gonna be using these for stuff. The car racing event is fine, honestly. You can technically AFK farm it if you don't. Like, you could technically AFK farm it. But yeah. Do people even like hack? Like, is like Fire Stick hacking a thing? Or like jailbreaking to like change what's on there? Because honestly, it'd be kind of cool to like get one to like mod. I should have, if that was like the case, I should have got one during Prime Day, and then just like wipe it. Because like I know like they kind of blocked a lot of the stuff you could do with the with their tablets. But yeah. No, like I mean hacking to like wipe the operating system, put something else on it. Like I'm talking like just completely like change what's on the freaking thing. You're talking to someone who loves like self-hosting stuff and just quite literally went and bought the remaining stock on Amazon of these freaking boards to use for various different things. These things are cheaper than buying Raspberry Pi 5s anyways. And I get a nice x86 board instead from Intel. This is gonna replace my NAS. One of them is gonna replace my NAS. One of them is gonna get repurposed and like used to eventually be a dedicated model tracking box. And the other one's just gonna be for something else. I'm not entirely sure yet. But like I bought like the last 3 that they had remaining of these boards. It's a shame that they don't really sell a lot of these with like the higher end mobile chips. Cause like these are like cheap ass like laptop chips that they would that Intel would sell. And then they're put in like a full desktop board. It would be nice if like their higher end laptop stuff would also get this treatment. And put in on some of these. Because there's some cool use cases for this stuff. One of these days I'll probably just build my own like actual custom router as well. Maybe one of these days. if 10 gigabit network adapters get cheap enough, I might try building a router. But yeah, like honestly, like if I could get like a Fire Stick and maybe like put like Linux on it, I could probably like just do all sorts of crazy shit with it. I don't know. Like if I can get like a Fire Stick for cheap enough. What does the Fire Stick even support with its encoder there? Like, I wonder like someone got like Debian or something on the Fire Stick. Like completely remove like the operating system, like the FireOS on the Fire Stick, and just put like Debian or something. That'd be kind of cool.
What's for dinner tonight?
They only have XFCE. They don't have like KDE or anything. No required. Wait, they put Linux on it? Wait. Oh wait, they changed it to like a different Linux-based operating system. That's cool.
What's for dinner tonight?
But yeah, what are even the specs on the Fire Stick? Only 1 gigabyte of RAM now. Never mind. Like only 1 or 2 gigabytes of RAM. That's like that's like a big Never mind. If they had more RAM, it could be kind of cool to like mess around with. Because like with only 1 or 2 gigabytes of RAM, I could just buy like a different ARM-based board. I could buy like a faster, better like ARM-based SoC and use something like that instead for the price than a Fire Stick. If these had more RAM though, I'd consider getting one. Especially because I don't want to deal with like a bunch of the bullshit. Doesn't like the Fire Stick give you like ads and crap? I know that that's the case with like their tablets. Unless you like have one of the older ones where you could like do specific things and mod it. Which is what I do have. Like I have like one of their older I think it's the 2020 model of the Fire tablet, the 10-inch one. I think it's a 2021. Honestly, I'm probably gonna just eventually just ditch it because it's just kind of slow these days because of just how bloated everything is now. But I mostly just use it for like reading. Like it just runs like I only use it to like load 2 specific apps. I think it was like C Display EX and Challenger Reader. Depending on what type of thing I'm reading. Like what format the file I'm reading is on the thing, but yeah. Because like yeah, 2 gigs of RAM is like not a lot. Get these guys killed. Nice.
Be careful. Glass. Wings. Be careful. Glass.
Wait, what is this? Oh. Just
New wings. So
something random there. I want the chips. Here we go. The free chips. But yeah, tomorrow we get to have the patch drop. Okay. Your new banner key after you got you spent a full rotation amount. You got literally nothing. Oh, that's a big rep, man. That's the Dragon Ball thing that you play, right? I'm assuming that you talked about before. But that's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. And part of that is like why I basically just make sure I have like stuff enough prepared ahead of time that I'll get it no matter what, but I mean that shouldn't be hard. Beyond the Rails is what 1.93 million HP on either side on stage 12. So like it's still gonna be easy. Alright, like yeah, you build your stuff, you're still gonna clap it, no problem. Also, beyond the rails, enemies take more damage than outside of it. Because, like, with beyond the rails, the defense calculation on it, for some reason the game calculates enemies' defense to be lower. Like, here's the fun fact. Level 77 enemies in the overworld have more defense, or rather similar defense to level 90 bosses in Beyond the Rails. Because of how the damage calculator works for the game, like the damage formula. Like, level 77 overworld enemies have higher defense than a level 90 boss in Beyond the Rails. God damn it, rip ads. I'll repeat it after the ad done. Yeah, make sure you guys get all your event stuff and everything done before the patch drops. And I got pinged. Oh, nothing here. Can barely function the heat. You gotta get air conditioning, man. It's a myth, the exaggerations people have maybe told you about how much power air conditioners draw. It's a myth. There are fans that you have people running that consume way more power over time than a freaking air conditioning unit. Especially when like cranked to really high RPMs. Like most air conditioning units, like they'll have a high peak power draw of a couple hundred watts, but their average power draw is fairly low. Because it's, again, it's just the same as like a refrigerator, or a freezer, or a dehumidifier. It's the same technology, just applied differently. They all work on the same principle. AC jackets? You know, I'm pretty sure those are less efficient than an air conditioning unit. A lot less efficient. The thing is too, like, just using a fan to blow air is just, it's just blowing air. You're just circulating the heat. You may feel a temporary cooling effect when it's blowing at you. At least to an extent. But, like, yeah, those things are not very efficient, though. They help a bit, but they're not as efficient as you'd think. Because they're using smaller fans at really high RPMs. They sound like mini jet engines. They're less efficient because they have to spin at such high RPMs. They're portable though, yeah. But it's just a fan. And they get even more less efficient, but they get better at cooling if they have like a thermoelectric chiller in there. Like a Peltier chiller. Like some of the more expensive neck fans, they do have like a small Peltier module in there. They're significantly less efficient than a freaking air conditioner. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen like those mini fridges. Like, you can like go over it. Yeah, let's just like go to Amazon. We'll just look at mini fridge. Because like a lot of these like drink coolers are like a scam if they don't use yeah, this thing uses, so we have this thing here. And this thing is gonna consume more electricity than something like this. Significantly more. To chill the drinks. Something like this is gonna be significantly more efficient than like than this crap. Like you've probably like seen these before. There's no like the ones that use the thermoelectric cooler. For them to even like do their cooling thing, they're pulling in like well over 100 watts of power to like function. Like these things are not very efficient. Well, like a lot of mini fridges are like, even like the fridge that you have in the kitchen, like a full-size fridge with a freezer, they'll have similar peak power draw, but that's only when they have to turn on the thing to like actually cycle through the refrigeration cycle, and then it will shut off. They end up like drawing like around like 10 to 20 watts an hour, while something like this would draw like 100 plus watts an hour over an hour as like the average power draw. Like the fridge in your kitchen is like if it was cooling the same amount of stuff, is already 5 times more efficient, but really it's like for like 5,000 times more efficient. You can kind of apply the same logic to with like air conditioning units, because they use the same technology in them. These things, like an actual fridge with the full refrigeration cycle, with the compressor, the evaporator, and like the radiator and everything. It's like the same thing inside. These like actual mini fridges, the real ones, they're very efficient. They don't use much power. Meanwhile, you have crap like this. Like these freaking drink cooler things. What these are, you know what these things are? Oh yeah, these things are also very loud too. They're these things, these thermoelectric coolers with a fan attached. Let me see if I can find like a Pelche module. You could technically build one yourself. If you have the stuff, like... They're basically using a bunch of these inside. They usually have like 1 or 2 of these inside, and there's like a big heatsink and a fan in those like small drink coolers. You would see these as well in some of like the nicer neck fans. They would have something like this inside. Basically, it's just a material in here. You send a current through, one side gets really hot, the other side gets really cold. That's basically what this thing is. These things get used in all sorts of different things. They're not the most efficient at cooling something down, though. Because, you know, because of physics. But yeah. And then, of course, you have, like, weird things, like, here that, like, people attach to try to have used for, like... Yeah, here. This is what's inside those, like, cheap-ass, like, mini fridges. And then there's just a box around it. You could get these for, like, $26 Canadian. It's just this. Inside a box. This is just what's inside. This is not... These things are not efficient. Yeah, like, you can get, like, 5 pieces of these things for, like, $15 US or whatever. You could technically make your own... Build one of your own of those, like, crappy, coolers there. Like this thing. Like, it's literally just a plastic box with that thing inside. These are not efficient, though. I think it was like, what, Technology Connections already, or whatever. His channel was, even had like a video going over how these things work. And like he went like made comparisons and stuff like that. Thermoelectric cooling, it's not great. Yeah, here we go. And he's like, stop buying them because yeah, you shouldn't. These things are terrible. But yeah. Just get an air conditioner. They're great. They're also not nearly as power hungry as people exaggerate them to be. Like, even this. Like, a typical power draw of, like, one of these fans. Like, one of those big fans that you would just get and put in a room. We're looking, like, if you put them on, like, the higher speed, you're getting close to around 100 watts. Meanwhile, let's see, like, power draw of 5,000 BTU window air conditioner. Let's just say that. This is their peak one, but not the average. Because, like, the thing is, they will peak to around 450, 500 watts or so, but they're gonna end up going down to around 60 to 70. And then occasionally they'll turn off the fan over time. But, like, this is just their peak one. Let's go for, like, average draw. Let's see if we can get an AI answer over a few hours. I don't know about this one. I've seen them draw a lot less than this. Like, I have an 8,000 BTU unit in my room, and it's averaging around 100 watts. But yeah. I mean, it's like, it's far more efficient than using a bunch of fans. I'll tell you that. And it keeps my room nice and cool. It really depends on the rest time cycle on the air conditioning unit, but mine is more than 50% rest time. And it's like averaging around 100 watts. The other thing too is it's actually freaking moving the heat out instead of just circulating it in the room. Like, it's just a myth saying like air conditioners use too much power. Just because they have high peak power doesn't mean their average power is stupid. But like, yeah, there are like far more efficient units you can get to. And the more efficient ones, like, again, like you can end up drawing even less power. Like, if I had 2 fans running, I would already, like, that would be less efficient to cool myself in my room than 1 air conditioning unit.
So easy.
The 5090 is gonna take more power, yes. The 5090 will take a lot more power to draw. The 9950X 3D, that one is, what? I know that one's not as efficient as the 7950X 3D, because the 7950X 3D, which I have, those draw around 120 watts. Unless you put it on eco mode, and then it can draw around 100 watts or even less, under peak load. 9950X 3D, I think that's 180 watts for the CPU. The 5090 pulls upwards of 600 watts under load. You then have to consider, like, the rest of the system on top, plus a little bit of a buffer headroom. Usually I would give, like, another 10-15% at least over what your peak draw is for a system there, just due to, like, how power supplies are. Hey, you didn't know the 5090 draws an insane amount of power. A window AC unit is going to use way less power than a 5090. Like, in practice, if you're gonna go, like, let's say play, I don't know, let's say you're gonna play, Cyberpunk with max settings with ray tracing and everything, fully cranked and turned on, you're gonna be pulling around, like, 600, 700 watts. If all you do is just have the game open. On just the computer. And then you still have to consider the power, going to your monitor. Add another 100 watts or so for your monitor. You're like, your entire gaming setup is pulling around 800 plus watts. With occasional spikes over 1,000 watts. Occasionally. That's part of why you want like a really high wattage power supply and you want to give some extra headroom.
Be careful.
But like, yeah. Like, that's just the reality of things. You have a 5090. Those things, yeah, it draws a lot of power. One other thing you can do, though, is just turn down game settings or just use more aggressive DLSS upscaling and play from lower resolution. You'll draw way less power that way. Yeah, it's a space heater, alright. It's physics, man. Yeah, the CPU gets very hot. Oh, for sure. Cause for some reason, like, AMD went and made like, the 9950X 3D, well, and the 9800X 3D, like the 9000X 3D CPUs, because they changed how they worked with the cache, they put it underneath the CPU cores instead of on top. They were able to like massively bump frequency and the clock, like the actual clock speeds of them, which makes them get so much hotter and draw so much more power compared to the older one. Yeah, too powerful. Great CPU, they're just very power hungry. Oh yeah, for sure. the more energy it's gonna require, yeah. I mean, like, you can find, like, things to, like, test and see yourself. But yeah. The other thing, too, is, like, I hope you have air conditioning in that room if you're gaming with your 5090. Especially because of, like, how hot those cables are. Right? Those freaking cables, like the 12-pin, the 12-volt. And you should get air conditioning in that room. You live in an old apartment. Like, consider getting it, even like one of those portable AC units. Just make sure you have like enough headroom for like power. Right, if you're in the US or Canada, you have like what's on your circuit? You should have like your rooms on like what, 15 amp circuits? I'm assuming like 15 amp. Yeah, that's fine. No, it's not like a 1300 watt PSU. I'm just talking about like having your entire computer be cold, or at least cooler, because your room temperature is cooler. You'll have colder air being blown in. Like if that's the thing too. You know, if you're pulling in hot air through your computer and exhausting more hot air out, that's not exactly great either. Yeah, part of it is because on the X3D CPUs, AMD puts an offset. The actual CPU isn't as hot as it tells you. It actually is a bit cooler than that. They put an offset. Part of it is just to help with protections because of the extra V-cache. They artificially report a hotter reading. Like, it's supposed to do that by design. That's a fun little fact there for you. But it's mostly just, again, like as a warning. It's not running as hot. I don't remember what the exact values are. It's like, I think it's between like 5 or 10 degrees Celsius. It's something like that. There's like a bit of an offset that they do for the X3D CPUs. That's why they read out as hotter than they actually are. But again, it also helps it from killing itself. So, either way, it's like, again, it's like a protection that they put in. You don't want the thing getting too hot anyways. But the thing is, like, the cables themselves, those getting hot can cause problems. You connect 3, why does your GPU draw more, watts? The voltage is different. So, here's the thing. The 12-volt high-power connector that you plug into your graphics card, there's 12 volts going in. If you want to know, watts is a fancy way of saying voltage times current. Or voltamp. 1 watt is 1 voltamp. So, you know, if you have, let's say, so like, yeah, they melt, yeah. Because those freaking wires are so tiny, and they're sending very, very large amounts of current through it. Here's the thing too about circuit breakers in your wall. You know what the fuses and the circuit breaker stuff is? You know what they're for? They're so the wires in your wall don't catch fire. They will trip. They will trip when current is overdrawn, so things don't melt and cause a fire. That's what it's for. They're meant, so they're there to protect the actual wiring. They're not to protect you. They're there to protect the wires in the wall. Because yeah. And the best way to send more current through a cable is to use a thicker cable. That's the safer way to do it. Use a thicker cable. Those freaking wires on the 12-volt connector are super thin. Yeah, in a sense, it will end up protecting you indirectly, but it's meant to protect the wires. That's the whole point of their design. But yeah. They should have kept the older connectors on the cards. The better or safer 5090s to own are the ones that have 2 of the connectors instead of just 1, and have them both plugged in, because then it splits the load instead of drawing the entirety of the 600 watts that the 12-volt high power connector can draw over the cable. That's not good. I think your cable might be partially melted, if that's the case. If it becomes super hard to pull out, it might be. But you also shouldn't be just yanking the cable in and out all the time for the 12-volt cable. But yeah. I still don't understand why they didn't just bother to keep the older 8-pin cables. Or rather the 6+2. They're way safer because, like, the wires are thicker. Like, technically speaking, the 6+2 pin, like the older 8-pin cables, those can pull 300 watts. They can technically draw even more than that, safely. And they're like fine. Though officially the actual spec says don't draw more than 150. But like they're safe to draw upwards of like 300 watts. Because like they're thick enough. Yeah, don't try to pull it out. You make sure it's also in all the way. If you did try to do that, make sure the cable is like fully secured and in all the way. The last thing you want is your 5090 power connector melting. That's the last thing you're gonna want. Nine or 10 amps, yeah. Okay, that's good. Yeah, like... Yeah, you know, like, here's the thing, right? Yeah, so that's pulling, like, wait. The GPU tweak is reporting what? Is that idle? So it's pulling over 100 watts idle. It's pulling, like, what? 110 watts idle or something? 110 plus watts idle? I assume? 0 amp means no power is going through. Right, 9 amps going through at 12 volts is 108 amps. I mean, not 108 amps, it's 108 watts. Is it just... I'm pretty sure that's what your GPU is idle right now, and it's pulling that much power. Which is pretty crazy. Oh, that's when you're posting. I see. When you just turn it on. No, that's normal when like you're doing when you're turning on a machine. You're usually going to get like a big power spike and then it's gonna go back down. That's normal. In the middle of a session of what? You probably weren't running anything too intensive for it to only be pulling 9 amps. Over the 12-volt cable. If it's only 12 amps over the 9 amps over the 12-volt cable, you weren't doing something super intensive. What do you mean you can't brute force a game? Here, let me just switch this back to... Oh, if you're doing it with ray tracing, nothing can handle DLA with ray tracing. The game's like ray tracing mode, the full ray tracing is like everything is fully ray traced. Nothing can handle that. We don't have the technology. DLA is impossible to run. Turn off ray tracing and it's gonna work. It's because ray tracing is like too heavy. What resolution? 4K? What resolution? And like, are you using full ray tracing? Yeah, that's why. That makes sense. Here's the thing, that applies to like any game with the same levels of ray tracing. Yeah. The 5090 can't do it. No graphics card can. When the game is on full ray tracing, it actually is like full ray tracing. It's similar to Cyberpunk path tracing. Like the GPU load is about the same as if you had Cyberpunk loaded with path tracing. Slightly less because it's not as memory intensive. But it's like it is that heavy. Yeah, it's kind of the same deal if you go play Cyberpunk. Are you running the same settings though? Because the thing is, NTE with full ray tracing is the same as path tracing. Because the game is path tracing at that point. That's unusual. So like, we have like, full ray tracing here. This is at 1600p. Let me kill this thing first. Let me get Vtuber open. We can see what the game is running at for me here. But like, I'm on a 5070. I'm streaming at the same time. I have my Vtuber model running. This is what's going on with my 7950X 3D and 5070. If I didn't have all this stuff running at the same time, I can go to 60. But like, I have cinematic, I'm on DLSS performance. This is the 7950X 3D I have. My GPU is the 5070 though. Not a 5090. Yeah, you can see I'm like really loading it. I'm like using 11 gigabytes of VRAM. Even. There are ways I can get more performance out of this. But like, I can't do it while doing all the other stuff I'm doing right now at the same time. Yes and no, it depends. It depends, because Intel still decimates AMD if you're doing video encoding. If you're doing video encoding and video editing, it's Intel that's beating AMD. Part of it though is AMD's video encoder is just dog shit. It's like really bad. Like, it's like bad to the point where like 10-year-old NVIDIA graphics cards do a better job. But also Intel does a better job at that because the QuickSync stuff is on par with NVIDIA's NVENC. But also all the tools and stuff that people have been using have been optimized to work on Intel. It's also just a hardware problem. AMD GPUs can't handle AV1 properly. AV1 is bugged on AMD GPUs. It can't even do 1080p properly. It's like a physical problem with their encoder. AMD put all their effort into improving their H.265 encoder. They neglected AV1 and their H.264 encoder. Their H.264 encoder is just complete garbage. Their AV1 encoder is broken. They just didn't bother to like put the resources where people are actually using the thing. Because the only people who are using H.265 is pirates. Because they don't have to deal with the freaking licensing stuff. And anyone just running their own like media servers. Because everything else is using AV1 and H.264. Like, you want to go stream to Twitch, you're gonna use H.264. I think they do have some partial like AV1 stuff going on there. But yeah, not H.265. Same thing with YouTube. If you send them like H.265 stuff, they're gonna re-encode it into H.264. And then there'll be other issues with it too. But like, it's just the format and stuff that they put their work in. At the same time too, the thing is with AMD, you have to buy the higher tier CPUs, like the Ryzen 9s for the better software stuff. Because you need the hardware to convert the data to be more efficient to send out. Raw, like, if you're just gonna go send out raw 1080p or like 4K video, the file size is gonna be absurd. Like, if we're just dumping like raw 1080p frames even, like a couple of minutes is going to be a couple of gigabytes of space. Not even a couple of minutes, just like even like a couple seconds in some cases. And so they have to like compress it and encode it in a different format. No one's internet can handle that. No one's internet. You can handle it over a local network, but like sending it out and distributing that stuff, no one can handle that. So you need to use a different format there. You gotta compress it and encode it in a different format. H.264 was the old standard, and things are slowly moving to AV1. H.265 is a lot more efficient than H.264. AV1 is similar to H.265. The problem is just the AV1 is open source. Anyone can use it. But H.265, to use it commercially, you need to pay royalties. And the royalties are expensive as hell. And it's like, you have to like pay royalties per stream and stuff like that. It's not worth it. Yeah, I'm talking about just like sending the freaking footage out. It's just too, it's just too freaking heavy. Because the file size is gonna be too big. Fiber or not. At the same time too, like storing the data. Right, like if I had this stream sent to you and it's like a raw 1080p format, you know, the amount of data you'd be consuming, by the time we get to the end of the stream, you'd be using at least a terabyte of data. If you had it in, as a raw 1080p 60 footage there, just sent.
Wait, what was I just about to do?
It's gonna be too big. Hideo Kojima no Smash. So, but yeah. It's more so just because, like, again, like, it keeps the file size and everything in check. And you can actually just send the stream out. Otherwise, you would need, like, a multi-gigabit connection to freaking watch the thing. Playback. Which, you know, some places they do have it, but, you know, it's not practical. You also probably wouldn't want to store all that either, like that. So something has to get done. And it just so happens that AMD sucks at that thing in particular. It really just depends on what you're doing. But like, yeah, if it's just like raw CPU performance, you don't care about the price or anything, yeah, AMD has the fastest CPUs for that. In terms of raw performance. As long as you're not trying to use stuff that gets like some sort of acceleration from something else. That's like their one main weakness there. No. It doesn't... So... It's not quite that. Depending on the software, yes, but also no. Most software don't properly use the AMD GPU. They'll use it for, like, loading the stuff for editing, but actually encoding and exporting, they will not use the AMD encoder. Stuff like DaVinci Resolve, Adobe Premiere, and stuff like that, they don't properly make use of the AMD encoder. And a lot of formats just will not export properly at most bit rates on the AMD encoder. They just straight up don't work. So they'll end up just using the CPU to encode that. But if you have an Intel graphics, even the Intel integrated graphics, the QuickSync encoder, that'll work no problem. You have the NVENC encoder from NVIDIA, that'll work no problem. You're on an Apple Silicon machine and use the Apple encoder, also no problem. It's just that AMD's encoder is just so boring that nobody ends up using it. Or like most of the software that people are using doesn't fully utilize it because it's broken. It's like physically just broken. Like the actual design itself is just faulty. Outside of H.265. Like there's just actually something wrong. Like even like 1080p. If you're trying to get it to transcode 1080p to AV1 on the AMD encoder, it'll just bug out and like spit out 1082p or something. Like it's like actually just a problem. AMD themselves, they have to fix their encoder, like the physical hardware encoder on their GPUs, or the integrated GPUs on their CPUs as well, because it's just a hardware problem that AMD needs to fix. But they also, even when they fix that bug, they're still very far behind Intel and NVIDIA. It's just that, like, that's kind of the problem there. They use a different portion of the GPU when doing that type of stuff. They don't use the full GPU. They just use a small section of it. Yeah, that's just kind of how things are. But yeah, like, if you have something and you're just scrubbing through the timeline or whatever in your video editor, I'm pretty sure that stuff will use the actual GPU cores. It's just that when you're actually just encoding the stuff, it will not. It will use the hardware encoder if the software supports it. You can force software, like various different softwares to like actually use the AMD encoder for the thing, but you're generally better off not using the AMD encoder and using the CPU encoding instead, if you can. That's part of one of the reasons why I opted for a Ryzen 9 CPU when I originally got it, so I can use the CPU encoder. Because, like, yeah, extra CPU cores. Nice to have. Though now I use, like, a dual PC setup, but it's a bit complicated. Because I'm still encoding the stuff and sending it out through my network to another machine. Which is then using NVENC to send the stream output. But yeah. So eventually, though, I do plan on replacing that machine. It's kind of why I bought the Intel N100 boards I mentioned earlier, because it's going to use way less power. Let me see if I can find it again. Like, I bought one of these boards. Well, I bought 3 of them. And, like, I'm gonna be, like, eventually, like, transitioning my streaming outputs to, like, this machine to then send it out. Because this will be a lot more efficient. This thing will only draw like... This thing only draws like 6 watts, 6 watts under load. And then I just need to account for the... whatever the drives and the other stuff will draw. But like this stuff really low power. And it uses the Intel encoder. Because it's just like a low power laptop chip. There are 2 ways. You can send a stream from one machine to another over a network. And then... Or you can have like 2 computers and a capture card. And have it so the capture card in one machine is connected to the... is taking the whatever your display output in one machine is. Sending it to another machine. And then that other machine has all your other stuff going on and that applied. What's great about having a dual machine set up is I can turn off of this computer that I'm playing games on and streaming from, and the stream will still be active. Like, I could completely just turn off this computer, and the stream will still work. The stream will still be active. And then I can turn it back on, and I can just get back onto there. That's one of the other benefits, too. Great if, like, something crashes, instead of killing the stream. It also is just less strain on resources if you have like a bunch of widgets and all sorts of other stuff. Because you can just have the widgets and everything loaded on the other machine. So you just free up resources. It's not that you would like need to do something like that. It's just it's a smarter way to use resources if you have the stuff around. But yeah, like, it's impossible for the game to, like, run at native resolution with full ray tracing at 4K. Because, like, yeah, the game's path tracing and everything, too. Because it costs more, but also, the single and more powerful machine, eventually you get to other limitations, too. Part of the problem is just Windows is terrible. Straight up, Windows is terrible. Here's the other thing too. Here, let me show you my CPU usage. Let me get Task Manager, working and you can kind of see. Because even if you have a more powerful machine, sometimes you still won't have enough resources, depending on what you're doing. Okay. Here's my task manager. Oh, that's too big. Here you can see everything that's like running on my machine at once. And where my resources are. So, I have RTX 5070. Ryzen 9 7950X 3D. Look at my CPU usage. Like, I'm using all the cores here. Every single core and thread is being slammed. Oh, that's just so I can see my chat. Sheep chat is just where I look at my chat from my other monitor from. Right. I'm using 45 gigs of my 64 gigabytes of RAM. Right. I have DDR5 6000 mega transfers, as you can see here. I'm using 45 gigs of RAM. Keep in mind, I'm still running other stuff on this machine at the same time. My Vtuber model is running on this machine. I have my overlays and stuff, some of my overlays and some of my widgets for the stream running on this machine still. I'm gonna eventually move it to a different machine. Yeah, you can see my SSDs here. I have a bunch of SSDs here, whatever. You can see my network activity. I'm sending data from this machine to another machine, which is then relaying everything out. Yeah, I actually have my model running off the integrated graphics. 100% usage on the integrated graphics. It's pulling in about half a gigabyte of RAM just to run my Vtuber model. My Vtuber model uses half a gigabyte of RAM. VRAM, I mean. It's also pretty heavy on the CPU. It's, again, we can look at the processes here for the tracking. It's somewhere in here if we go... Yeah, it's there, but this is like split across all the cores there, so it doesn't accurately show the stuff there, but yeah. I don't have anything unnecessary running either on this machine. OBS is split into like so many different processes and stuff there. That's right, a lot of the stuff there is just OBS. There is Riva tuners open there. Just the actual drivers for some of my hardware is running. My trackers stuff, like basic Windows services are running here. Like everything that I need to be running is running. The 3D V-Cache optimizer thing is there too, obviously. But like, at a certain point you still don't even have enough. We'd be saving terabytes if we made a cup. It wouldn't save that much. But yeah, again, it depends on what you're doing on your machine. If all you're doing is running games, you're not using as much resources as like me when I'm streaming, because like I have a bunch of other stuff to monitor everything running. DDR6, probably on AM6. I don't know, 2030, 2031, probably. But like even then, like DDR5 is insane. I'm just glad I bought my RAM back in 2023. Because like my 64 gigs of RAM, I don't even want to think about like what it would cost to go buy that today. CL80 12K megahertz.
Be careful. Glass.
Wait, no, CL16. Wait, that does not sound good. The problem with the problem with the CL number is you actually want it to be as low as possible. That just sounds worse than like a DDR5 right now. You would not want CL60 RAM at 12K mega transfers per second. Technically, you shouldn't call it megahertz. It should be mega transfers, but like. That's actually worse than the DDR5 8000 kits that you can buy. I'm pretty sure there's some DDR5 9000 kits as well that would also be better than that. The problem is the latency. The CL number, that's the cast latency. You actually want lower number there. Lower is better. The first one. For the timing. Yes and no. It really depends. It's just that with DDR5, there was like a big jump in latency to get the speeds. But not always. Because like, here's the thing, DDR 2, 3, and 4, if you had the better kits, they had like some pretty low latency kits that were like pretty similar to each other, despite, especially with DDR4 versus DDR3, the big speed differences there. There are like some pretty good low latency kits of DDR4. where we were talking like CL16, CL14, where like you could get like where that was like nice on like DDR3 even, despite like the speed difference. It's just that DDR5 had a big jump in latency. Yeah, CL28 exists for 6000. Those are some crazy kits though. That said, whether or not your stuff is stable at it is a different story. My 7950X3D, I have CL30 DDR5 6000, but it isn't stable. At CL30, I have to run it at CL38 for it to be stable on my CPU. But yeah. The latency isn't as big of an issue. We have like one of the X3D Ryzen CPUs. You can get away with a little bit cheaper RAM. But yeah. Not really. It just depends. Generally speaking, you just want as low as possible. Not really a ratio there. Although I think part of the reason why the like DDR5 is the way it is because like with DDR5 DIMMs, unlike the older DDR 2, 3, and 4, the actual stick is two 32-bit channels instead of one 64-bit channel. It's like split up in half and treated as two 32-bit channels. Is how DDR5 works. That's one of the main differences between DDR5 and the older memory standards. No, it just depends on the actual chip itself.
So easy.
It really just depends on how the chip is and what's stable on the chip to operate at. It has nothing to do with how fast it is in megahertz. Also, technically speaking, 6000 megahertz is not what the RAM is running at. It's running at 3000. The reason why they say the bigger number is, well, it's part of what DDR stands for. It's like DDR stands for double data rate. It means that the actual thing will actually transfer data at double the rate of the frequency. So like DDR5 6000 is actually 3000 is actually running at 3000 megahertz because it's, 3000 times 2 is 6000. So and so on. But yeah. DDR just means double data rate. How do they double it? So part of it is they actually make the chip smaller or more dense so that the wires themselves inside the chip don't have to move as far. That's part of it. And also they just increase stuff like the voltage and the current going through it. And hopefully can send the data faster. That's all. But like, yeah. Half nanometer chip when? I don't know, man. We're at like 1.8 nanometers now. The Intel like Core Ultra, I think it's like, what is it, 300 to the 400 series, the new one that they have on mobile. Those things are insanely efficient. They're the 18A chips. They're like really insane with how efficient they are. But also like they're, yeah, like what, 1.8 nanometers. I don't even know what I'm doing now. I'm just like mindlessly going around just picking up random crap. Wait, CPU. Part of the problem is just the manufacturing of all this stuff is going towards producing more RAM. And then the AI data centers and stuff like that, they're buying it all up. Because they're willing to pay a lot more than you and I are for everything. So like the supply is just very constrained because those guys are being prioritized. I mean, if you want to fix the problem, just go murder everyone at like at OpenAI and Anthropic and stuff. Just like go there and just murder everyone. Go burn down their shit too. You know, you go kill Sam Altman and stuff and their entire family. Honestly, a lot of people would cheer for you if you were to do that. Oh, that's the other part. They just set it super high like that too, because they know they can get away with it. And then you have AMD just being like, okay, let's just do what they're doing. Just, slightly undercut them a little bit. While having just a lot less of everything else. Like, they price their thing, relative to, like, their GPU raster performance. But as soon as you go past raster, their stuff is, like, very far behind. What's funny is like even in like the AI stuff, Intel's GPUs are doing better than AMD. And, like that people have tested with like the Intel GPUs, they're even doing better than AMD is. I mean, everything is still absurd increase, man. The 5070 I bought a couple months ago, cost like 40% more to go buy it again today. What do you mean follow PS path? What do you mean? What do you mean by follow PS path? Yeah, because, like, well, how much is the 5070 now? Let me just, like, let me pull the thing up. Alright, let's see RTX 5070. So yeah, they're around like $900 Canadian. I bought mine for like $650 before taxes. These are like $900 now. The PNY card here at Best Buy is on sale for $850. $50 off, but like back in December last year, this thing was on sale for around $650 as well. The one I have is I just have the Asus Prime one, the basic Asus Prime one. Very overkill cooler on it, but yeah. I guess in the US it's not as bad, but in Canada it's like fucked. It's really bad. Alright, this is the 5070. That's way more than I paid. Even if we include like what I paid after taxes. Because I have like 13% tax here in Canada. Oh my god. Or like, let's say I just go Canada Computers. Damn, $1,000. $940 Canadian, $950 Canadian there. Like, this is what 5070 Ti's would have costed last year. In Canadian dollars. Now 5070 Ti price is more expensive than what 5080s would cost. Before. It's insane. Yeah, they're supposed to be $550, not $670 for a 5070. And you could regularly find them before below MSRP even, the 5070. I've seen like listings like people have like found them as low as like 500 US last year for a 5070. That was just the MSRP. You used to be able to get them below MSRP. I got my 5070 below MSRP. When you can convert it to Canadian dollars when I bought mine. Everything is cocked. Everything. But yeah. It's fucked, man. Even worse when you have a hobby of freaking doing home labbing and stuff. like freaking Raspberry Pis and like other ARM boards are like so cooked that you can get freaking x86 Intel boards for cheaper than Raspberry Pis. Oh yeah, for sure. The 4.5 ray reconstruction is gonna be nice. Especially when NTE gets it too, because we're still using the older model if you have RT on. If you noticed, yeah, ray reconstruction on is still using DLSS 3.0 for ray reconstruction. Because that's like the newest version of ray reconstruction they have right now. It's still like very old. So basically when the game does ray tracing, it actually renders the game entirely it renders the game differently, and then it puts all and it's like in black and white. And then it does a raster render of the game at a much lower resolution and puts that over top of the game. And then it just blends both of the image outputs together. That's what the game does when it's doing the ray tracing. There's like two things. Like there's like a black and white ray trace render, and then there's the game rendering it through raster, and then it just merges the stuff together, I believe. And then what ends up happening is the problem is like the ray trace thing is working a bit differently with how it's calculating stuff, and it's not matching the actual raster resolution. And they're basically trying to like blend the two things together. The ray reconstruction is basically just a different version of DLSS. Or FSR in the AMD's case or whatever, where it's doing more upscaling, but in a different way to blend the two images together. That's basically like a dumbed down version of what's going on. Pretty sure it's way more complicated than that, but like, from stuff I've seen breaking down how it works, that sounds about like what's going on. You can actually, I wouldn't do it with NTE, but if you use OptiScaler, you can actually kind of see different outputs of the game and what it's doing. There are ways to check with OptiScaler. You can use it to like test in like other games to see exactly how it's handling that stuff. But yeah, like ray reconstruction is needed. But they're using a much older model. That's why sometimes things can look a bit off or a bit fuzzy sometimes on certain spots when you have ray tracing turned on. With DLSS there. And part of the thing is like, the game can't, we don't have the technology to fully run ray tracing in real time for anything. We're still like 1 or 2 decades away from that technology, at least, maybe even more. Like to do it in real time. So we're basically using all sorts of stuff to like fake it. No, it's not the memory speed. That's not the problem. It's a compute problem. We don't have the compute power to do it in real time fully. Like, we just straight up do not. So we have to use a bunch of hacky workarounds. At home quantum computing will. Yeah, just let me get my my freaking compressor to go produce liquid helium at home as well. So we can keep the quantum computer cool. You guys want to have like a freaking liquid helium producing machine? Because that's what they have to like cool the stuff in labs. They're using freaking liquid helium and stuff. Because liquid nitrogen is not cold enough. They're using liquid helium and stuff like that to like keep this stuff cold. And the reason why is like they need it to be like as close to absolute zero as possible, so that like the heat like it would generate or output won't throw the actual calculations off, because it'll move an electron. So they need it to be like as super chilled as possible, and liquid nitrogen isn't even enough. I mean, even if it does happen, it's just gonna be more of the same. It's not really gonna change things outside of like they can just do more of what we already have. Fundamentally, it's just gonna be like they can just run even more complicated calcs for various different things. That said, though, stuff will have to like change how they're programmed to suit that, because the thing is with like regular stuff that we're using now every day with everything is just ones and zeros at the end, on or off. But with the quantum computer, it can be on, it can be off, it can be both at the same time. And it could be something in between those two. And that's gonna be like a completely different like code base and everything to build stuff around. Whether or not like it actually matters for what we're doing is a different story. Yeah, like that's just what it is. Like everything we're using is just binary right now. You can, like, the machine code itself is just binary. Ones and zeros. It's just a bunch of on and off switches. You're just dealing with, like, you know, trillions of values constantly. Oh yes, it's not that it can't, like, it'll still be able to do the stuff we're doing now. It's just that it can do far more complex stuff. Especially for like physics simulation and other things. More accurately, that we can't really do as well. At the same time too, the problem with the binary units is computers suck at working with numbers that are not powers of 2. You ever wonder why when you see like a graphics card or whatever, one of the things that you would see, the flops or whatever? What that is a floating point. Like how many floating point operations they can do. The reason why they need floating points is when you're using a value that is not a power of 2. Like, something simple is like, 1 divided by 3. You cannot represent that as a power of 2, so you need to use a floating point to kind of make an approximate value and how to get that stuff going. And it's the same thing for like any other number. Like even like 1/10 is not 1 divided by 10. It cannot be represented as a power of 2. So that would be like a floating point calculation there. No. It will, there's no point in shifting from ones and zeros to 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. Because you can still represent a lot of that, at least if you're at, just adding stuff up as a binary value. There's no reason to change from that. The quantum computer is where the change will happen, because then you can have 1, 0, both at this. You can have both at the same time, and something in between 1 and 0. That's what quantum computing will allow things to change to. Because if you can do that, you can do everything. There's no need to like, go with more. Like, there's no need. If you can do that. Because you can do everything at that point. But yeah, like, floating points need to exist for basically anything that's just not an integer. That isn't a power of 2. It's also why, if you ever notice when, like, you look at the RAM that you buy, you put in your computer, like, you notice that things go up in, like, 1024 chunks or whatever, between bytes to kilobytes, and then 1024 kilobytes is a megabyte, then 1024 of that is a gigabyte, and then that 1024 of that is a terabyte, and so on. The reason why is because that's the 10th power of 2. Right, like, if you go into a calculator... Right, if I pull on up 2, we raise this to the exponent of 10, 1024. Right, if we have 2 exponent of 9, that's gonna be 512. Right, and then 8 is gonna be 256. 7 is gonna be 128. And then so on, you can go downwards and up and stuff like that. It's also why with 32-bit machines, like if you ever seen like older computers that were 32-bit computers, they couldn't address more than 4 gigabytes of RAM, because 2 to the exponent, if you raise 2 to the exponent of 32, this is 4 gigabytes. This is why, like really old applications that are 32-bit, they can't see more than 4 gigabytes of anything or work with, because that is 32 bits. Why? Because if we divide this out, divide this by 1024, this is now like, this is the amount of, this is in kilobytes. Right, so this is 4 million kilobytes. Divide that by 1024. Now we're in megabytes. Divide that by 1024. And now we're exactly at 4 gigabytes. Oh, you mean when you buy a storage drive? That's because they don't... So here's what with these drive makers do. They measure in... they don't measure in binary units. Your computer, though, works in binary units. So RAM is sold to you in binary units. But the problem is, when you go buy a flash drive, an SD card, a hard drive, or an SSD, what the drive makers do is they actually sell the drive as if each unit increase is 1,000 instead of 1,024. So instead... Right. This is what they're selling you. And if we divide this out, Windows will read this as well. Alright, so this is now in kilobytes. This is in megabytes. And now you get your 3.7 gigabytes. That's why. Because they're tricking people by using base 10 units instead of binary units, which is base 2. But the computer will read the stuff in base 2. And that's why you would see this. Or at least Windows represents it as in base 2. That's why. And now you know how the computers and stuff work. So yeah, there's your nice little computer science lesson there, I guess, today. The computers, they work in binary units, so that's how you get that. But when you buy the RAM, 4 gigabytes of RAM is 4 gigabytes of RAM. 8 gigabytes of RAM is 8 gigabytes of RAM. That's why you get the correct number when you buy RAM. It shows up correctly.
About grabbing a drink at Victoria tonight.
But yeah, that's just why.
Be careful. Glass.
It's kind of shady and sketchy in a way that they do it that way, because it is confusing. Because yeah, like, unless you you work with this stuff or you studied the stuff, you're not gonna know this information. But yeah, it's like, they can legally advertise the thing that way. And sell it to you that way. Even though it's very confusing and misleading. Because legally it's good enough. A T710, what's... What do you mean overkill? Which drive is that? Oh, that's an NVMe drive, right? Doesn't it have a DRAM cache? It's a great SSD though. Yep, it has a DRAM cache. That's a good SSD. That's a nice SSD. I don't know about calling it overkill, but that's a really nice SSD. Okay. Anything else I need to get done here? No, I'll save that stuff for after the patch comes. Right, because we have the patch tomorrow. Oh, another wallet. Just finding random wallets. Nice. Need to farm all sorts of stuff for mats, man. Always need more everything. Even they use cameras.
Black Mimosa had a good dream. Woke up happy.
Business is tough.
Hmm?
Everything we need for the trip is ready.
I mean, like these.
Wanna join the amazing Kaluchis? We're always ready to have.
Oh, you mean the pictures and all whatever
Do you
material?
want to hang out? I'm free after work.
Yeah, I need to get a lot of those materials.
Fine.
It's my deep recipient confirmed.
Yeah. Lots of those stuff I need to get eventually. You need them for everything too.
Today, Black Mimosa had a good dream. Woke up
Right, you even need them for
happy
skills too.
But can't remember what the dream was about.
Yeah. Okay, you just need all the materials and everything. Oh, yeah, so I think we'll just end here for the night. Alright. As usual though, guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. You guys have a good day or night or whatever. We have the patch dropping, what, tonight, right? So we're gonna pull for Shinku at least one copy. I will try all the new stuff then. Okay, you're not noticing their speed because you're not using it. I guess before I end off, I'll just go over that too. That's not what's actually happening when you're using the drive. You'll only ever see that really high speed when you're actually writing it to directly. If you're copying a file, if the drive isn't filled up, and you have access to the DRAM cache, like the cache isn't filled up, you will get that speed. But like if you're actually using it for running applications and stuff, you will never get that speed. That's not what happens, but yeah. I'll see you guys. See ya.